9, 8.
You're watching The Experience, Comic Culture and Sales. Streaming live daily to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
2, 1.
What's up, the internet? I didn't realize I wasn't here. It's producer Kyle. How's it going? I'm very exhausted after our 13-hour marathon yesterday, and we're back today for another nearly 12. I'm very excited for all of the great content we have today. So I don't want to faff around. I'm not goofing around. We're going to get right into it. Our first guest today, I will introduce to you in just a second, but I wanted to let you know we have some updates. We have some things happening. A little bit later on, we're going to be joined by Dustin Brunel, who is taking one for the team, as it were, and sitting in for Dan Wickline, who is a little under the weather. If you watch us regularly, you know that Dan has been a little ill of late. And just keep him in your good vibes and your Batman wishes and dreams. And hopefully he has a speedy recovery. So I wanted to mention that, and we're going to get right into our first interview in about 10 seconds. We will be back with our first interview. The internet, it's producer Kyle. Welcome into day 2 of the EXP Expo 3. This is our cornerstone event here at the Experience. We do this every year, except for last year, but we do it every year where we celebrate the great things happening in the comic book community, and we share the things we're most excited about with you, our viewers and friends. So I don't want to beleaguer the point too much, but our first guest today is someone who probably knows it, but in case they're unaware, played a huge role in my young life without even knowing me. They are the creator of something that probably got me into animation more than comics, but certainly got me into animation at a very young age. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the creator of Gargoyles, Mr. Greg Weisman. Well, we picked a good time to have a technical issue, didn't we? So, I am going to pull this interview back out and upload it again. Awkward timing. So, guys, Greg was not available today. So we talked yesterday. And so, again, I want to give you guys the full context of this interview. We talked yesterday. So let me try and add this back in, and we'll see where we're going. I apologize for the Sunday morning technical glitches, Lyle. I blame the polar vortex. Let's try this again. What's up, the internet? It's produced. Not back in a minute, but you have a huge role in my young life without even knowing me. They are the creator of something that probably got me into animation more than comics, but certainly got me into animation at a very young age. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the creator of Gargoyles, Mr. Greg Weisman.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Very well. So I want to start, and we'll go back in a minute, but you have a Kickstarter running right now for some books that I didn't realize were as rare as they appear to be in the original Gargoyles comics from Marvel and I can't think of the other publisher.
SLG.
SLG, that's right. I have them all somewhere. Nick Barucci has been after me for a while to sell them to him. So, not doing it. I'm keeping them. But congratulations on the Kickstarter for the new collections. It's massive.
Yeah, we're really excited about it. There are 3 volumes, which you can get in 3 different ways. You can either get the trade paperbacks, the hardcovers, or the deluxe hardcovers, and you can also buy them individually. So the first volume is the old Marvel version of the Gargoyles TV show, which came out at the same time as the Gargoyles TV show, which has a bunch of talented people working on it, including some of Amanda Connor's earlier work. I was at a con with Amanda not too long ago, and she told me that Gargoyles was really her breakthrough project. Writers like Marty Pasco involved. It's a terrific collection. And then volume 2 is the SLG Gargoyles comics that we did in 2007, 2008-ish. I wrote all of those, and we've got some terrific artists on those as well, including Greg Guler and others, Nir Paneri. Just some great stuff there. This SLG stuff is canon to the original series. It sort of bridges the gap from the end of season 2 of the TV series to the beginning of the Dynamite comics that we've been doing for the last year. So if you're curious who it is that Lex has been texting with, if you want to know how Brooklyn wound up with an eye patch and a wife and a kid and an egg and a gargoyle beast, check out those SLG comics in volume 2. And then volume 3 is an SLG spin-off series we did, Gargoyles Bad Guys, which features Hunter, Dingo, Fang, Yama, and Matrix. It's sort of like the Dirty Dozen. It takes 5 of our best Gargoyles villains and sets them on a path for redemption, to some extent against their will. And that's a really fun series with art by Corinne Charlebois and Chris Jones and Robbie Bavard and others. And so that's volume 3. And those are also canon. Those the Bad Guys issues are also canon. Now, all 3 of the material in all 3 of these volumes has been out of print for a very long time. The Marvel stuff was never collected. Some of the Gargoyles and Bad Guys stuff was never released as individual issues, but only collected. But those trades for the SLG stuff were small digest size trades. So this is the first chance to get some of this stuff in full size or larger if you order the deluxe hardcovers. And they've been remastered. It's great looking stuff. And the main thing is, look, this Kickstarter's funded already. But we still want people to jump on board, because what we're trying to do very consciously is show the powers that be at Dynamite, at Disney, at other places, that Gargoyles is not this little niche property, but has a substantial fan base. So the number that I'm really looking to get up, ironically, is not the dollar number. I'm looking to get the number of backers up. I want the powers that be to really see that there are a lot of people who are willing to vote for Gargoyles with their wallets. And I don't care if you make a small purchase, a big one, if you just want to donate $1 to prove that you're a fan. Any of those things are helpful. We really just need that number of backers to soar. And that's why I'm doing this hard sell that I've been doing for the last 3.5 minutes.
Well, I don't think it's a hard sell when you're talking about something that, again, to a person of a certain age, this was their childhood or their early adolescence, or, in their young life. This was a big part of it. If you're, like me, I remember when Gargoyles came out, it was really the first time I had seen sort of action animation in that way that wasn't goofy. You know, like you had things like Inspector Gadget, which was goofy, or, you know, some of the other stuff, some of the TMNT stuff that was coming out in and around that era that was a little more campy, maybe is the better word. But Gargoyles was like actual action when it happened. So I have two questions based on this. One, are the comics similar? And two, was that like an intentional choice to kind of go opposite of what was happening in animated programming at the time?
I think we wanted to diversify. We were on the Disney Afternoon when we started, and we wanted to diversify the Disney Afternoon. We had a bunch of shows that we really loved, including DuckTales, Darkwing Duck, Goof Troop, Tailspin, Chippendales Rescue Rangers. They were a bunch of really terrific shows. I worked on, in some capacity or another, on almost all of them. And they were all very different, but at the end of the day, they were all funny animal shows. And I think we made a conscious decision with Gargoyles ultimately to take it in another direction. I don't think we were the first action show out there to be taken that took the action seriously. I mean, Batman the Animated Series came out a year or two before us, probably 2 or 3 years before us. And you keep going back, there was Johnny Quest, there was even the original Space Ghost was something that took the action seriously, or anime shows like Speed Racer that were in the United States from when even I was a kid, and I am ridiculously old. But I do think that we set out with Gargoyles, people like myself, Frank Parr, Michael Reeves, Gary Sperling, Carrie Bates, Bryn Chandler Reeves, Lydia Morano, and all our great artists on it to create something that we would like to watch, and something that worked for kids with explosions and colorful characters and all sorts of stuff, but also worked for tweens and teens and college students and adults, etc. We wanted something that worked on multiple layers, and that's what Gargoyles was for us. It was a passion project for me and a lot of people who worked on it, including Keith David, who was the voice of Goliath, our voice director, Jamie Thomason, and many, many other people. And the comics are in the exact same tone. You know, I didn't want to tie the artist's hands and sort of say, you've got to follow this model pack exactly. I said, you know, we want consistency. So, you know, Gargoyles have 3 fingers and a thumb. So we didn't want suddenly them to have 5 fingers or 6 fingers or something like that. You know, Goliath is taller than Hudson, so I don't want Hudson suddenly to be taller than Goliath. But I also wanted every artist who worked on the comic to use their own style, and really go to town on it. And I think that's proven out both in the Marvel stuff and the SLG stuff, and in the current Dynamite stuff that we're doing now. Gargoyles, which we're on issue 11, just came out of 12. Gargoyles Dark Ages, issue 5 just came out of 6. And on the new book, Gargoyles Quest, which you guys haven't seen yet, but which I'm just finishing the 3rd script on. And on all 3 of those books, again, we're just getting knockout art. But the trick isn't like, hey, you've got to be slavish to the character designs from the show. It's like, use your style, be consistent with everything on the show, but just go to town on it. And that's been a very successful formula for us, going on 30 years now, because this is 2024, the 30th anniversary of Gargoyles.
So let's go all the way back, probably more than 30 years, because I know these things take a long time to shepherd before anyone ever sees them.
Right.
Tell everyone who may not be aware the story of how Gargoyles came into existence. You know, how did it start? How did you come up with the idea? What was kind of the driving factor?
Okay, so to really go back, you have to go back to me in high school going to Europe on one of these trips where you go to 8 countries in 5 weeks kind of thing on a bus with a bunch of other teenagers, right? And I just was fascinated with Gargoyles, which you saw everywhere, you know, on buildings, on cathedrals, on all over the place. And there was something about the concept of, there's not a lot of actual legend attached to gargoyles. It's not like there was a big, prior to our show, a big mythology for gargoyles the way there are for vampires or werewolves or stuff like that. And what it was is they put these decorations up to scare off evil spirits. That's almost, with one or two exceptions, the extent of the mythology about gargoyles. And I thought, well, that's fascinating. You put up a scary monster to scare away things you're even more scared of. So then you flash forward. It wasn't like I was sitting there thinking, I'm going to do an animated show about this someday. That was not my thinking. But if you flash forward to 1991, I was a development executive at Walt Disney Television Animation. We had a TV series that I loved called Disney's Adventures of the Gummy Bears, created by a guy named Jim Magon. I loved Gummy Bears, thought it was great, but it didn't get a lot of respect, and we kind of knew why. There was another show on the air called Care Bears that we thought was sort of a saccharine, sweet show, largely about hugs. And I love a good hug as much as the next guy, but it can get old watching a cartoon that's only about hugs. And Jim had created in Gummy Bears this great series with this rich medieval backstory and setting and comedic villains and great action and just a great show. But they both featured tiny multicolored bears. And so the confusion was understandable, particularly since that was a saccharine sweet show, but ours was the one named after a candy. So it was easy to see why that confusion took place. So we very consciously set out to create something in the vein of Gummy Bears that would garner more respect. And so instead of bears, I pulled out my old fascination with gargoyles and said, let's do gargoyles. They're sort of little monsters instead of little bears, little fuzzy, cuddly bears. That'll be edgier. And this was the 90s. So edgy was the buzzword of the 90s pretty much. So that would be more edgy. And then instead of setting it in medieval times, we'd have the gargoyles come from medieval times, but they'd wake up in the 20th century, modern day Manhattan, and that was edgier too. And so we created this comedy series, with little multicolored gargoyles, and we pitched that series to Michael Eisner, who at the time was the chairman of the Walt Disney Company, and he said no, which in the long haul wound up being a good thing, but at the time was very frustrating. But my boss, a guy named Gary Kreisel, thought there still was something to this idea. He saw something in it. So we went back to the drawing board for a second time, and I showed the pitch to a few people, including a guy named Tad Stones, who was the creator of Chip 'n Dale's Rescue Rangers and Darkwing Duck. And Tad had seen an early cut or an animatic, I'm not sure which, of Disney's Beauty and the Beast. And he had that fresh in his mind, and he said, you've got all these little cute gargoyles. What if you did one big gargoyle instead? Because we had a female human friend of these gargoyles. He's like, what if you did a more Beauty and the Beast kind of story? So that interested me. My background wasn't in funny animals or cute little gargoyles. My background was in comic books. I had worked at DC Comics for years before going to Disney. I wrote Captain Atom with Carrie Bates for DC Comics through early 91, I think. And so an artist named Greg Guler and I created the character of Goliath, who hadn't existed in the comedy development. And we took the whole show, the comedy show, put it through the prism of Goliath, and came out the other end fundamentally with the show that you've all seen on TV. And we were really happy with the show, really excited. We had thousands of ideas for it, and we put together this pitch. It was 40 art cards long. It had the pack in it and robots and mutates and all this stuff. And we pitched that to Michael Eisner, and he said no. And the next day we had a meeting with Jeffrey Katzenberg, who at the time was Eisner's number 2 guy. He was the chairman of the Walt Disney Studios, whereas Eisner was chairman of the entire Walt Disney Company. Jeffrey said, "You're going to work on Gargoyles some more." And I actually said, "Well, no, we're not. We pitched it to Michael as a comedy." And he said, "No." We pitched it to him as an action drama. And he said, "No, I don't know what else." He's like, "Oh, Michael didn't say no. He just thought it needed more work." And I had been there the day before and he had said no, but I realized what that meant was that Jeffrey liked it. And in those days, Jeffrey wasn't going to, contradict Michael in a meeting, but he thought there was something there. And my boss, again, wanted to diversify. My boss, Gary, wanted to diversify the Disney afternoon. So they sent us back to the drawing board for a third time. And we looked at the show and we said, "There's nothing wrong with this show. This show's a great effing show." The problem was the pitch. We had thrown everything in the kitchen sink into the pitch. And it was distracting. So we just cut things. We focused the pitch on the relationship between Goliath and Elisa, the human cop who befriended him when he woke up in Manhattan. And we pitched it a third time to Michael. And by that time, Beauty and the Beast had come out for Disney. And as you may recall, was something of a massive hit for Disney.
The biggest thing to ever happen ever.
Right. So Michael bought it. Third time's a charm, and suddenly we were making the show. And again, things like the pack and the mutates and stuff, we ended up putting in the show. It wasn't that they were wrong for the show. It's just that they were distracting in the pitch. And so all that stuff, Gargoyles became this very rich, full universe of characters and locations and mythologies and Shakespeare and romance and humor and all sorts of things. It was like most superhero genre stuff. It's a mutt genre. It includes detective fiction and science fiction and fantasy and horror and all sorts of things. And we put all that stuff into Gargoyles once we got the green light, and we had a great time.
I think I had to laugh earlier when you were talking about gummy bears versus Care Bears, only because I was on a show last night where I had to defend my thought that Care Bears is terrifying and Gummy Bears is the best bear-based animation ever.
That's true.
And my argument really summed it up with, how many times can you be hugged before it gets creepy? The guy hosting the show went, "You know what? You're right.
It can be an issue,
So you mentioned your work at DC and writing Captain Atom. How did you get into comics? How did that happen from your teenage years and into comics? And then how did you transition from comics to animation?
Okay, so I was in college and Marvel, I went to the comic shop every, in those days it was Thursdays. Now it's Wednesdays, but in those days it was Thursdays. So I'd go every Thursday. Maybe it was Friday even. It slowly moved back day by day. I think actually it was Friday back in the late 70s, early 80s. And I picked up, I read DC and Marvel. I love both, had since I was a kid. And I picked up my books for the week, and in every Marvel issue, Marvel was announcing a search for new talent, writers and artists. And I thought, oh, this would be great, but they're going to be flooded with submissions. It'd be so easy to get lost. And I thought, if Marvel announces this, then I'll bet anything DC is going to announce it any minute. because that's just what happened in those days. If Marvel did something, DC did something. If DC did something, Marvel did something. It was just the way of things. Maybe it hasn't changed, frankly, but it definitely was true then. And so instead of prepping Marvel submissions, I followed the Marvel guidelines more or less because I didn't know what else to do. But I prepped DC submissions. And sure enough, 1 month later, DC announces a new talent search, and I send in my stuff. And years later, when I was on staff at DC, I was cleaning out a filing cabinet, and I found the logbook for what was then a comic called New Talent Showcase, where they logged in all the new material that came in from as soon as they announced that search. And mine was literally the second name on the logbook. There was one other person who logged in ahead of me, and his address was in Manhattan. So I thought, okay, he probably literally walked this stuff over here. Otherwise, I beat everybody, you know. And so I sent in my submissions, and DC, again, this is some of this stuff I found out later, prepped 2 responses when they received submissions. They prepped 1 response for writers and 1 response for artists. And about 70% of the submissions they received were from artists. They, having logged my submission in, they promptly lost it. Couldn't find the submission, but still had my name and address in their logbook. So that instead of sort of writing back and sort of saying, hey, we couldn't find your stuff, can you resend it? They just said, well, odds are he's an artist because most of the people submitted artists. So they sent me the packet for artists. And I was 19 years old, and I was outraged by this in a way that only a 19-year-old can be outraged. And I sent a letter to DC expressing this outrage, saying that I was a professional. So of course I had copies of my stuff. I did have copies, but I was not a professional. I'd never sold anything in my life. So that was a lie. But I said, I thought this was really unprofessional of DC, to do it this way. Again, years later, when cleaning out that filing cabinet, hanging folders, you want to put something in that. Well, if you slip something between 2 folders, it'll slide down to the bottom of the cabinet drawer, and you won't be able to see that it's there. And when I was cleaning out that cabinet, I found my submission at the bottom of the cabinet drawer. This is years after this originally took place. So I sent this letter of outrage to DC Comics. And in those days, you sent a letter by literally putting it in the mailbox. There was no email. That didn't exist. There were no cell phones. I put a stamp on it, sealed the envelope, and put it in a mailbox. And I want to tell you, 3 seconds after I put that in the mailbox, I was like, oh my God, what have I done? I'm never going to be hired. They're going to read this letter, think I'm a complete jerk, and I'm never going to work in comics ever. So about, I don't know, 2 weeks later, I lived in a dorm room with a roommate who was not into comics. In those days, I only knew one other guy at my college who was into comic books. And we had a landline. So the phone rings, my roommate picks it up, and he goes, it's some guy named Dick Giordano. And Dick Giordano was the executive editor of DC Comics at the time. He was a great guy. He was a mentor to me, definitely. But back then, I thought it was my one comic book friend who I told this story to, who was, because I'm like, yeah, right, Dick Giordano's calling me, right? So I get on the phone, I said, so this is Dick Giordano. And this voice I did not recognize, but I knew was not my friend, said, yes, this is Dick Giordano. And he said, I read your letter. And I'm thinking, oh my God. But he liked the letter. And he said, are you going to be in New York anytime soon? Because he could tell from my area code that I was in California. And I said, yeah, as a matter of fact, I'll be there in March, which was when I had spring break. And so we made an appointment for me to come into DC's offices and meet with him. And now, once I got off the phone, I had to figure out how the hell am I going to get to New York in March. But, I had a cousin who lived in New York who was let me crash on her couch. And my dad had miles, and he let me use the miles to fly back and forth to New York because I had no money. And I got to New York and I'm staying with my cousin, and she, the morning of my meeting, and I'm dressed in a suit. Like my entire life, this is like fancy what I'm wearing now. But I thought this was like a job interview. So I'm wearing a suit and tie, and because I didn't know what comic book people dressed like. I'd never been to a convention or anything like that. Conventions were few and far between in those days. And my cousin tried to show me a subway map because it was pouring rain out. And she's like, okay, I'll tell you how to get to where you're going. And I said, no, I don't want to take the subway. I'm afraid I'll get lost. I'm just going to take a cab. And my cousin says to me, you're going to take a cab in Manhattan in the rain. And I'm like, yeah, I think that's probably best. What she didn't say to me was, yeah, you're never going to get a cab in Manhattan in the rain.
Huh.
All she said was, good luck with that. And she left. Then I left. I had an umbrella. It's the last time I've used an umbrella. The wind was so intense that between the canyons, between these skyscrapers, that the umbrella went inside out instantaneously, snapped. I couldn't get it working again. Just like in Groundhog Day, I stepped off the curb into what was a pothole. So I, soaked.
A New York City puddle?
Right, exactly. And I was drenched within minutes. And of course, it took me, I left really early, which was the only good spot, but it took me 35 minutes to find a cab. And by the time I got to DC Comics offices, which back then were at 666 Fifth Avenue, as if that address wasn't portentous enough, I looked something like a drowned rat. But Dick was a wonderful guy, and he, for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, liked me, and I started freelancing for DC. I wrote a bunch of stuff that I got paid for, but none of which, for various reasons, ever saw print. I had a string of bad luck. I wrote a Supergirl series, and then they decided to kill Supergirl off in Crisis on Infinite Earths. Then they wanted to bring Supergirl back because they wanted to maintain the copyright on the name Supergirl. So they needed something with Supergirl that couldn't be the original Supergirl, but something new, but she would get that name. So I wrote a new version of Supergirl where at the end of the first issue, she meets Superman and he sort of gives his blessing. She had no relation to him whatsoever, but he gives his blessing for her to be the new Supergirl. But then John Byrne sort of announced, well, if there's going to be a new Supergirl, I'm the one who's going to do it. So then I didn't get to do that. I did a Black Canary miniseries, and at the end of the miniseries, Black Canary and Green Arrow got engaged after having been a couple for like a decade and a half or something like that. But then Mike Grell walked in the door and wanted to do Longbow Hunters, and Dick was like, that's great because we're doing this Black Canary miniseries and they'll get engaged and then you can start Longbow. And Grell was like, no, I don't want them engaged. So that killed my miniseries. And there were just a bunch of stuff that I did that just didn't see print. I was getting paid, I was making money, but it was so frustrating.
I would imagine, though, if you had told young you that you're writing these books, but they're getting killed by John Byrne and Mike Grell and those guys, that you'd
To be
probably
fair, they
still
weren't.
get a little excited.
DC was killing them. It wasn't those guys. It's
Well, but
just
you know
that.
what I mean. Like they're
Yeah,
passing my work up for those guys. I'm still kind of excited to be working in the same world, right?
right. And I was, but I also wanted to see something of mine in print.
Sure.
And eventually that happened. It took a while, but it happened. I ended up, there's another long story that I won't tell right now, but I ended up working as an editor at DC. When I graduated college, I started as a Xerox boy and worked my way up to assistant editor and then associate editor. But I left. I'm from Los Angeles. I came back to Los Angeles and uh, went to graduate school and then got the job at Disney. In terms of how I got into animation, I wrote one with Carrie Bates, was my writing partner in those years. Carrie and I wrote one episode of a show called Gem and the Holograms. And that was my first TV credit, co-writing credit with Carrie on one episode of Gem. And I thought, this is great. Now I've got a TV credit that'll lead to, and it led to nothing at all, literally nothing. It was like a one-off thing that we did and nothing ever came of it. But when I was interviewing for the job at Disney, it didn't hurt that I had an animation writing credit, and Gary Kreisel, my boss at Disney, I think the thing that appealed to him is I had this sort of great liberal arts education. I'd studied Shakespeare in England. I'd had 2 degrees, a bachelor's and a master's and stuff, but I also had worked in comics and cartoons, so I wouldn't sort of look down my nose at working in animation. And he hired me, and the rest is kind of history.
So I have one of the questions that I have really wanted to ask you since Dynamite picked up the Gargoyles license and has started putting out these books. As I read them, I hear Keith David's voice whenever Goliath speaks. I'll be honest, I hear Keith David's voice a lot in my head because there are much worse voices to hear all the time.
That's true.
What's it like hearing words you wrote come out of that voice and then come out of the animation of Goliath? Like to see it all come to fruition that way?
I've done a lot of shows at this point. Gargoyles was kind of my first major thing, but it's always great. The voice recording sessions are one of my favorite part of the whole process. Working with people like Keith David, Jonathan Frakes, Marina Sirtis, Tom Adcox Hernandez, Jeff Bennett, Bill Fagerbaki, Bridget Bacco, Frank Welker. We had just a phenomenal cast on Gargoyles. We had John Rhys Davies and Roger Reese and just Clancy Brown, Matt Frewer. The list goes on and on and on. And when I write the comics now, I'm always hearing their voices when I'm writing the dialogue, even if they're not likely to ever say that dialogue out loud. That's what I hear because they're in my head. And we had just so much fun at those recordings. But that's the bread and butter of what I've done for the last 30 plus years, is work in animation and work with great actors doing terrific stuff. And whether it's Josh Keaton on Spectacular Spider-Man or Stephanie Lemelin and Danica McKellar, Jesse McCartney, Nolan North, Kari Payton, Jason Spizak on Young Justice, or all the many other shows that I've done and the great cast I've worked with there. It's always one of the true joys of it for me is those sessions and then just getting words that I've written plussed and double plussed by actors is great fun for me.
When you came back to doing the comics with Dynamite and this whole thing started, as I was reading the first few issues of that main Gargoyle series, I felt like the voices of the characters had changed, not like in my head the way they sound, but like they had maybe lived a little more than I remembered the characters from the original Marvel books or the animated series. Was that an intentional choice, or was that just the factor of it's been 30 years and you as a writer are a different person, so maybe the sort of tenor has changed?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, for me, I'm like I said, I hear the voices of the actors. I'm trying to get the voices of these characters down. You know, they've grown in the sense that the Gargoyles woke up in Manhattan in 1994, and this book is set in 1997. So it's been 3 years. It hasn't been 30 years, but it's been three. And so there's a little more history behind their conversations, behind what's going on, behind all the things that they've done, um, that runs through those 2 seasons of the show, which was 65 episodes, the 18 issues of SLG stuff. And at this point, if you throw in the Halloween special we did, um, the 17 issues that have been published so far by Dynamite, with at least 7 more on the way and more planned beyond that. So all this stuff is part of a continuum. God knows I've changed as a writer across 30 years, one would hope I had. On the other hand, the things that interest me haven't fundamentally changed. And I like to think I'm a better writer now than I was. But I'm not trying to alter what Gargoyles is. I'm just allowing it to continue to evolve. And the feeling that Goliath would have 3 years into his life in the modern world is going to be a little different than how he felt when he first woke up. And he's going to be more sophisticated about certain things. And then there are other things that still are a mystery to him about modern life.
Absolutely. What does your process look like? One of the things that always fascinates me, especially when I'm talking to writers, when you're talking about especially a multi-medium thing, right? This has been an animated series, now it's comics again. What does your process look like when you sit down to break a story?
I use index cards. It's very high tech. I use Sharpies and index cards. If I'm working on a TV show, an episode from a TV show, we usually, we have cork boards on the wall and we're breaking these things down on cork boards. For some reason, my wife didn't want to wallpaper our walls with cork board at my house. So when I'm doing comics at home, I just have a dining room table that I spread the cards out on and move them around until, okay, I think we'll do this first. No, I think let me have this shot scene first. And I use as many cards as I need. I'd say that a single issue of a comic book, which is the equivalent of about one act of a 3-act television episode, it's probably about this thick a pile of cards by the time I'm done. And then once I've got it in a place where I like it from the card standpoint, I pick them all up. I transcribe that into a Word document, and then I start writing. Panel descriptions and dialogue, and I've broken it down page by page, and I make changes as I go. I'm not rigid about it, but the thing for writing comics is that the unit of measurement that's important is really the page. I suppose on one level, every panel tells a story, but from my point of view, every page has to tell a story. It may end on a cliffhanger, but you need something to get the reader to turn that page and not go, I'm not interested in this. So for me, I want to make sure that every page is in itself this tiny little story, and then every issue is a story, and then every collection is a story. So you've got to be thinking ahead. Before I break down an issue, I break down, what's this arc going to be, whether it's 6 issues or 12 issues or however much, and that's defined by my publishers, not me. But what is this arc going to be? And I break it down issue by issue, again on cards. Again, I'm not rigid about sticking to that plan, though I stick fairly close to it. And then I break it down issue by issue, and then with each issue, I break it down page by page, because those are the unit of measurements that are important. When I'm actually scripting, then you break it down panel by panel, because I do full scripts. I don't write Marvel style anymore. But whether I'm doing that on Gargoyles or Gargoyles Quest, or the new book I'm doing for Marvel, which is the Spectacular Spider-Man, which is comes out in March and features both Peter Parker and Miles Morales hanging out and doing spider stuff together.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Add that one to the pull list, because that'll be a hot one.
It's got art by Humberto Ramos, and it's gorgeous. It's just incredible.
In the words of the young people, say less. Sold. So I'm looking at the Kickstarter for the Gargoyles 30th anniversary collection, and
Sure,
I know what level I backed at. Because I have, and this is a little insight into the way I collect. I have a whole bookshelf of leather-bound comic books.
Mm-hmm.
It started because Neil Gaiman put Sandman out in leather-bound, and then I got obsessed. So, that's the level that I kind of went to here with this Kickstarter. But let me ask you this: is this your first real crowdfunder project? Have you done some crowdfunding prior to this? Second?
Yeah, I did. Got to be over a decade ago. I'd written a novel called Reign of the Ghosts, which you can get. And we did an audio version of it but it wasn't just like a narrator reading the book. We did 20 actors playing 30 roles, full original musical score, sound effects. It's like a 4-hour movie in your head. And so we did a Kickstarter to finish that off. We had recorded it already, but we needed money to do the post-production on it. And at the time, it was the most successful audiobook project in Kickstarter's history. And you can get it on Audible or ACX or Amazon. Still, it's one of the things I'm proudest of. It has actors like Marina Sirtis in it. Britt Barron, who was in Glow, is the lead. Brent Spiner, Josh Keaton, Tom Adcox, Ed Asner, the late great Ed Asner is in it. I'm truly proud of it, and we did that Kickstarter. I don't remember, but it had to be more than a decade ago, and I haven't done anything with Kickstarter since, because that was exhausting. Dynamite is doing this Kickstarter. I help with publicity, but I don't have to handle any of the logistics.
It's different when you gotta you gotta do the publicity, and you've got to do how many links did we get clicked on today, and what's our algorithm look like, and all that kind of stuff.
I couldn't do it again. If it were me, I couldn't do it again. But the Dynamite handles all the logistics, and I just talk.
And they're excellent at it. We have a fair number of interviews we're doing for this event that are people who actively crowdfund their whole work, and I have to give it up to those guys, because it's a mountain of work that I do a lot, but I don't know that I could handle that.
Yeah, I had a partner who handled, I'd say, when we did Reign of the Ghosts, I had a partner that handled easily 70-80% of it, and just the 10, 20, 30% that I did truly wiped me out. And I was like, I'm never doing Kickstarter again. So yeah, people who make that their business model. I don't know how they do it. It's
So
incredible.
give us the elevator pitch on Reign of the Ghosts, because one of the things that I'm talking about here on the experience a lot is my reading goal this year. I read 30 or 40 comic books a week, but I haven't read novels in a long time. And so what I've done is I've dove into audiobooks. And so give us the elevator pitch on Reign of the Ghosts.
Sure. Rain is a 13-year-old girl who lives on San Prospero, which is an island in the Caribbean. And her mom owns a bed and breakfast, which is where she lives with her mom and dad and grandfather. Her dad owns a charter boat service. She works at the bed and breakfast. She works on the charter boat. And even at age 13, she is just feeling trapped. Like she is going to spend her life on this one small island servicing tourists for the rest of her life. And she feels like that's a very small life and longs for something more. And across this book, she acquires a magical totem. Without going to spoiling too much, she finds that she can, while wearing this totem, see and communicate with ghosts, with dead people. She sees dead people, and through this, she learns that she has a mission, she has a destiny, and suddenly her small little world doesn't feel that small at all. And Reign of the Ghosts is based on Taino mythology, which I did a ton of research on, and which is easily as interesting as Norse mythology or Greek mythology, but hasn't been appropriated into pop culture in the same way. So I did, back before I had ever heard of this term, a little cultural appropriation and wrote a novel based on Taino mythology about a Taino girl named Rain, Kasik, who finds that she's got a role to play in the cosmic scheme of things. And it's a ghost story. It's a horror story. Not, it's a YA book, but so it's not, her too horrific, but it is a horror story. And then I did a second book in that series called Spirits of Ash and Foam, which is also available on Amazon. It'd be probably pretty hard at this point to track down in a bookstore, although you might get lucky. But you can get it on Amazon, either as an ebook or order it a hard copy. I also sell them at conventions when I go to conventions. But the first book, Reign of the Ghosts, we did this amazing audio play. It's unabridged, so you get the full book. The only thing we cut is the narrator saying he said or she said, because we actually have voice actors playing all the characters. So I don't need a narrator to say he said this. But otherwise, it's unabridged. And like I said, full musical score by Dynamic Music Partners, who also scored Young Justice and Spectacular Spider-Man, and many other things. And sound effects and everything. It's gorgeous. It's one of the things I've done in my life that I'm proudest of. So yeah, I hope people pick it up.
I love it. So to bring her all back around to what we're doing here, which is Gargoyle's 30th anniversary collection. There are a lot of different levels and tiers that people can back at. Dynamite always does a phenomenal job of making sure there are a ton of options for every budget. One of the coolest options is maybe a little higher budget, but it's a connecting cover art 4-pack from Ken Hazer, who's a very popular person here on the channel. A lot of people really collect his stuff. Were there ideas that you brought to the table for this that were like, that we got to have this? Like, I noticed Amanda Connor has done some stuff, so she worked on the original Marvel books. Was that how did you and Dynamite collaborate on this in that regard?
I have not worked a ton on let's choose this reward over that reward or that kind of thing. Again, I sort of did my bid on Kickstarter 10 years
Right.
ago. But Dynamite and I have been working together on making sure that we had, what we needed to make these remastered versions of these books look as good as they possibly could. So I wasn't too focused on the rewards. I left that to.
But were there people you wanted to bring with you into this project? And including the new stuff, were there artists that you were like, hey, we got to get so-and-so?
Yeah, I mean, we got a cover from Greg Guler, who's the original designer on both Goliath and Angela and other Demona and other characters. We got contributions from a lot of different people. But I think that I trust my editor, Nate Cosby, who is editing the Gargoyles titles for Dynamite, and I trust Dynamite to handle the Kickstarter stuff. I'm focused on writing the best Gargoyles stories I can at any given moment, and making sure that the look of the thing is as good as it can possibly be. I'm not trying to be an editor on this book. I'm not trying to be the guy who assembles all these elements. I'm trying to make sure that what we are doing is as good as it can possibly be.
So there are 17 days left in the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And we won't talk about the money because it's about the number of backers. Do you have a backer? Do you have a number? Will you say the number? Or are you worried about jinxing it? The goal number of backers that you'd love to see?
We have one at the moment. I'm looking at it right now, and at the moment we have 1,776 backers, and I would really like to see 10,000. And
Nice.
with only 17 days left, that seems tough, to be honest. But that's what I'd like to see, because again, we're funded. That's great. But what I'd like to see is something that we can point at as objective proof to the powers that be that this is not a little cult property, a little niche property, but in fact, there are a ton of Gargoyles fans out there. So the big trick, and the big thing I'm asking everyone, and obviously, Kyle, we really appreciate you helping us with this, is not just, go and back yourself. Please do. Again, I don't care how much you spend. You can spend $1. But add your name so that we have more backers. Obviously, I'd be happy if you spent more than $1, but that's not the point. But beyond that, what we'd also like you to do is help us spread the word, because I think I believe strongly that there are a ton of Gargoyle fans out there, but this is a loud world we live in, and the internet is a very loud place. And so rising above that volume, getting a critical mass of people to be aware of any given project, I don't mean Gargoyles specifically, but literally anything, is a huge challenge. So, if you have friends who love Gargoyles, loved them in the past, maybe you picked up a few issues of the Dynamite book, maybe don't even know about the Dynamite book yet. Make sure that they know about this stuff. You can't make other people be backers, but they can't be backers if they don't know it exists.
Right.
So what we're asking all the fans to do is not just back us, but also help us spread the word about it, because that's my fear. My fear isn't that we don't have 10,000 Gargoyles fans. I know we do. My fear is that those 10,000 fans won't hear about this, and thus we won't have the evidence to demonstrate that they exist. And that is what matters. And, it doesn't hurt to bring that monetary number up, but the backer number is the number that I'm most concerned about.
Oh, absolutely.
And so, I don't think 10,000 objectively is an unrealistic number. It may be tough for us to get with only 17 days left, But if everyone spreads the word, and look, you may say to someone, "Hey, what about Gargoyles?" And they say to you, I must have missed that one. I don't know." And you then tell them, "Oh, it's great."
Right.
Show them some stuff, watch an episode with them, whatever, in the next 17 days, and get them to, get them hooked. We're very happy to get new fans, and these comics are a great entry point. If you don't have to have watched all 65 episodes of the series or read all these other comics, this is a great way to just get started. And so again, we're looking for fans old and new to help us spread the word so we can get that backer number up.
So we only have a couple minutes left. So real quick, this thing, we get to our 10,000 number. The dollar figure is astronomical. So that anyway is going to raise some awareness, right? Like when it's one of the most popular Kickstarters going, I'm sure right now. What's the goal in the end? Would you like to go back to animation and make more of a series, or do you want to just keep doing comics with it? Where do you
I'm very happy doing comics, but yeah, it would be a tremendous kick to go back and do more episodes of the show. But the main thing is that I want, I'll be honest, we're a 30-year-old show. It's easy for us to get lost in the shuffle. Disney owns a lot of properties. Disney owns the entire Marvel universe.
Right.
Disney owns Lucasfilm.
It's
Disney
hard to
owns
scream
the
over
Muppets.
Iron Man. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, they have Pixar and their own, animated films and all sorts of stuff. And it's really easy for them to sort of look at Gargoyles and go, well, yeah, that was kind of good, but the next Marvel movie or the next Star Wars something or other are more likely to make us money than Gargoyles is, because Gargoyles is a niche property. Who remembers a 30-year-old show? And my answer is a lot of people do. The first issue of Gargoyles that Dynamite put out was Dynamite's best-selling single issue ever.
Right.
And that doesn't happen unless there are a lot of fans. But again, it's hard to find ways to demonstrate that fandom to Disney and the other people involved. And this is a fantastic way to do it if we can get that number high enough so it doesn't still seem niche. It seems like, no, this is a great thing. So we know it's a great thing. We've got to make sure that the company knows it's great enough that they keep letting us make more, whether it's comics or cartoons. To some extent, that's not a big deal to me. I enjoy doing both or either, but I want to keep doing something with these characters. I love these characters. I love this universe. I want to keep playing in it. And for that, we need the powers that be to feel like, yeah, let's do a Gargoyles novel. Let's do a Gargoyles this, a Gargoyles that. Let's put out another Gargoyles t-shirt. I've got 25 of them, but I'd take a 26th one.
You know what we
it's
need?
that kind of thing.
Disney's seeing a lot of success right now with rewatch podcasts of their old shows. So what we need is a Gargoyles rewatch podcast.
Well, there's a podcast called Voices from the Eerie that I guest on every episode. It goes episode by episode through the show. And so, yeah, check out Voices from the Eerie wherever you listen to podcasts. It's a Gargoyles podcast and features myself. The hosts are Greg Bishansky and Jennifer L. Anderson. I guest every week, but we've had Jonathan Frakes on the show, Keith David on the show, Brent Spiner, Sally Richardson, Bridget Bacco, Tom Adcox, Jeff Bennett, Bill Fagerbacke. Unfortunately, Ed Asner's passed away, but we had his son, Matt Asner, on the show. We've had Frank Parr, our directors, Frank Parr and Dennis Woodyard on the show. We've had multiple writers on the show, Carrie Bates, Bryn Chandler Reeves. and storyboard artists, animators. We've had the composers on the show, Carl Johnson, and many other guests on the show, and fans on the show as well, and including a bunch of fans who began as Gargoyle fans and then became pros, storyboard artists and directors and actors, etc. And so, yeah, check out Voices from the Eerie, our Gargoyles podcast.
Awesome. Other than Voices from the Eerie, which everyone should go subscribe to wherever you subscribe to podcasts, where else can people follow you? Where else can they find out what you're up to and support your work?
I am finally back
clicking on that link.
I am finally back on Twitter. I was hacked in December and it took a long time, but I'm finally back on Twitter. I've got, at least for now, control of my Twitter account again. So I'm at Greg_Weisman on Twitter, or X. And then a great place to meet up with me, I'm going to pitch this. We are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Gargoyles. We're having a big party in Minneapolis, Minnesota, over the 4th of July weekend. It's a convention called Convergence. So check out convergencecon.org. And there'll be a lot of stuff going on, but one of the major things going on is the 30th anniversary party for Gargoyles. Keith David, the voice of Goliath, will be there. Tom Adcox, the voice of Lexington, will be there. Zara Fuzzle, the voice of Sherry, will be there. I'll be there. Greg Bashansky and Jennifer Anderson, the hosts of Voices from the Eerie, will be there, and we're going to do a live podcast from Convergence. We're going to do a radio play where we cast actual actors of the show with fans to perform together. We're going to do panels, multiple panels on Gargoyles. I'll show some videos that people haven't seen in years. And we'll also have panels on Spectacular Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Men, and Young Justice. So if you love Gargoyles, give some serious thought to coming to the 30th anniversary celebration at Convergence in Minneapolis over the 4th of July weekend. 2024 is year 30.
It's only about a 40-minute flight for me. I think I'll make it.
Yeah, go for it. Be happy to see you there.
Thank you, Greg, for being here. Thank you for taking part in the EXP Expo. Everybody, there's been a link at the bottom. You can see it there. The QR code is going to pop up when we're once we wrap up here. You'll have a minute to scan the QR code to take you right to the Kickstarter. And there are clickable links in the comments and in YouTube, Facebook, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, all of those places that you can go ahead and click the link and head over to the Kickstarter and back that as well. Please, 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 not only vote with your dollars, but vote with your name. Get that backer number up and get that dollar figure even higher. Like, let's set some records here with Gargoyles, because they as a series, as a franchise, it certainly deserves it. It's been a big part of my life, as it has with so many others. So make sure we keep spreading the word and keep getting, louder and louder and louder about it. So thank you, Greg, so much for being here.
Thanks, Kyle, for having me.
Pleasure to talk to you. It was great. And guys, stick around. Coming up next, we have another great interview. So stay with us, and we will be right back.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Thank you very much to Greg Weisman for being here. In case you missed at the beginning, we had the technical problems. Unfortunately, couldn't be here today, so that was a little bit of a pre-record. So if you have questions, we will have him back on the air very soon promoting something else. So just save those questions and we will get them then. But something else I've been anxiously trying to do for a while now here on the EXP is to get Jay to do more interviews. Jay likes to be behind the scenes and press the buttons, and I want to get the man in front of the camera to talk to people that he likes and talk to people. So I forced him to do an interview for the EXP Expo, and that is coming up right now. So without further ado, I am going to get the heck out of the way and turn things over to Jay.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show that doesn't have a name, or some of you might call it. Jay, it's not Tuesday. What are you doing on our screen? Well, it's the EXP Expo, and I had some folks I wanted to bring on to talk to y'all. And well, when I brought this idea to Kyle, I was told, well, yeah, they can come on, but you're gonna have to interview them. That's the caveat to that. And I was like, okay. I mean, really, how bad could that be? We're gonna find out here in a minute. Some of these folks you've already seen on the EXP, maybe you haven't, but either way, please help me welcome from Bad Bug Media, Scott Wilkie, Alan Dunford, and Mike Teener. Guys, how we doing?
What's up?
Hey there.
I'm all right.
Happy to be here.
Awesome. So, first thing I got to say is, honestly, y'all, thank you really for taking the time out of your day to do this. Alan, I've hung out with twice. We've hung out with. That was awesome. The coolest part to me about this is not only do I get to bring my friends into my job and mesh that, but this is the first time outside of messaging that I get to talk to Scott and Mike, face to screen, screen to face.
Really? Is this the
So
first
that-
time?
that's really yeah. I haven't ever.
You guys are jerks. Yeah, God.
they keep talking to you like it's like
I know, yeah.
Well, it's because
So-
I'm the only one that
so you-
messages them back. Apparently.
I think what it is that he got tired of you finally.
No,
Yeah.
no.
He
What,
knows better.
was I just the practice girl?
Yeah.
For
we
the,
wouldn't have driven as far as we did to come see you if that's all it was.
no, well, thank you.
I mean, I didn't drive.
so
but
sweet.
I'm even closer to them, and they've never visited me. So
You're not closer.
I'm closer.
You're in you're in Utah?
They're in Houston.
Nevada.
How do you not know?
Where are you at? Arizona. That's
You're
it.
the worst.
God, Mike.
You're the worst.
It doesn't matter. You're in my heart. You're in my heart. That's my best.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. All right,
Rec-
yeah, all right.
Recovered.
Yeah, saved.
Yeah.
so,
All right, Jay. So this interview's off to a great start.
Yeah.
oh, man,
Compelling.
I love it. I'm hoping I'm not going to be laughing the entire time, but I probably will. So I gotta ask. I know that Mike has multiple hats when it comes to Bad Bug. What are y'all's roles in the company? Is it just writers and creators, or is there something else that y'all do?
Just answer to Mike. I think that's like about it, right?
No, there's a lot that they do. I mean,
Tell me,
I
Mike,
guess
what is it?
I'll
What is it that I
list
do?
off the things that they've done in the past to help us. It's going to be a minute, but
Like-
I'll try to condense it. Obviously they're writing, right? Like they write several titles, and they have a lot of titles that they've created on their own and have done all the work of funding and getting those projects completed. So they've been project managers.
Ooh.
They've followed up with different projects beyond their own. So even if they weren't directly connected to a project, they would reach out and check on the stats of projects from other creators and stuff, just to keep a nice head count and a good workflow to everything that Bad Bug was doing. They did that unprompted by me. They were just doing that. Not only that, they also built really good relationships with everybody under Bad Bug, and to me, they cultivated what the environment is in the company. It's between these two guys. So there's a lot that they do.
I didn't
you
realize
wouldn't
that.
necessarily
Scott,
write
did you?
down on paper. What's that?
So we didn't realize we did all that, Mike. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Well, it's the only time I'll do it. I'll do it on
Yeah,
record.
it's the only
for
time he's
one
ever
time.
done.
But even beyond that, they've been creators and producers. So, and they're not just writers. Writers is like not in the top 5 things to me. And that's what you see their names on a lot of our books, but that's not even a top 5 thing. They whip those out in a week. They're done. We move on, right? The rest of their time's going into a lot more stuff. So, a writer's just something they do in their spare time.
That is awesome. So, question for Scott. How's that Screamboat Killy script going?
It's in progress. I got some lawyers working on it right now, making sure I'm safe.
Awesome. All right, so you guys have, and we were talking about it before we went live. You guys have an awesome site, and I'm going to have the scroll going here for the rest of the show here. Now I gotta warn people, this is an 18+ site, and that's because while they do have many other amazing titles, they do have some spicy books and some naughty covers. So they got to have that 18+ warning on their page. But the sheer genius of this, and I know I'm kind of inflating his ego, and that's fine. I think he deserves it. The genius of this page is just awesome. I have it bookmarked. I look at it almost every other day. So
I get emotional when I look at it. Dude, I'm like, oh, it's touching me here today.
You really did a great job on it. I mean, you get past where all the social media stuff and the homepage stuff. They have this like scrolling of books they have available right now. Then underneath that, they have a link to their Substack, which I'm on that too. Like I said, we're a huge fan of this publisher. Honestly, folks, if you've never checked them out, you should. Underneath that, they have Kickstarters that they have going at the moment that also include a countdown to how long those Kickstarters have. Ingenious. I've never seen another site that does that. To be honest,
not always accurate, but there is a countdown.
They're there, and that's the point.
It's the
Oh, that's right. I got to
counts.
edit one of them, don't I? Which one
Yeah.
is it I need to edit?
It's Bobby jokes. He launched it early.
Did he launch something early?
Mike launching early? Never.
What? My God, I thought you stick to a schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then the last thing that you have on there is your upcoming Kickstarters that shows the other countdown for when they're going to be launching. Just what was the idea behind that? Was it just ease of access, or did you just have this in your brain? This is how I want it to be.
Ease of access. The program that we were using was Elementor. That's like an add-on through WordPress. So, and I guess, this might be, I don't know how familiar everyone's going to be with WordPress, but most people use that to develop their websites. So this is just kind of like an add-on to that. And I just looked at all the options they had and then started putting things together that seemed to work. Now, we've got somebody else taking over the website now, who is also going to be doing our social media. And I'm really excited to see what she has planned, because there was a lot that I didn't know that I could do, or that Elementor could do, that she knows how to do. So the site's going to get a pretty big overhaul. It's going to look way better than it does now, for sure. So appreciate the compliments that we've had so far, but we're going to have a true professional take over, and we're going to see some pretty major upgrades.
Oh, awesome. So here's a generic question, and yes, go ahead and rate it after I ask it. What got you into comics?
Why is this a hard question?
I'm looking at who wants to answer this one.
Okay, I'll start.
Go ahead, Alan.
All right, I'll start. Here's what got me into comic books.
Oh, this is a good one.
His essay.
Yeah, manga got me into comics. Yeah. The end. Mike, your turn.
All right. I wanted to actually go into film.
Nerd.
Like, I read comics as a kid and everything, but I wasn't like a diehard anything.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't grow up like having to have comics. But I did play with toys for a very long time, and I made my own stories with those action figures and stuff. So anyway, I wanted to go into film. Couldn't afford to go into film. Someone said to me, comics are like screenplays and storyboards for films, and that stuck with me. So that's actually what made me pivot to comics, and then I started to actually like comics. So I got into my mid-20s, and then suddenly I'm reading comics, and I never had in my life. So not really, not devoted to it. So I got devoted way later. There you go. That's my answer.
Awesome.
Yeah, my mom, when I was a kid, would pick me up Superman comics from the grocery store. So from then on, I was a Superman fan. Similar to Mike, I wanted to get into film, so I did go to film school, college, and yeah, a lot of the advice is like, don't really do this, just make videos and stuff. So I was making short films on my own. And then I was at Comic-Con looking around, buying from the indies, and I was like, okay, I'm already scripting out movies, so just got to pivot a bit to script out the storyboards of a comic book. Connected with some of the authors there who gave me insight on kind of how to find artists and different platforms you can use to find that. And then I started working on Everett Forge, and yeah, here I am. Ran into Mike during that, and the rest is history.
Actually, so I do need to add to this then.
Because he went to manga and then moved on.
Yeah. Well, no, because Scott, you mentioned you ran into Mike and then all that stuff.
Yeah.
What got me into making comics though was a conversation I had with Mike, and we were talking about a book that Mike was doing, and all he said to me was, "Why don't you make a book?" And I said, "I don't know. I never thought about it." And then about 2 weeks after that, Pocus Hocus came about.
He popped it out real quick. It was like a very short-term pregnancy.
Yeah.
So Alan was very fertile and just needed a push.
Or were you really fertile?
Yeah.
You put in
Alan
you
just
implanted
needed
the
a little
idea.
push
Yeah.
in any direction, and then look at that. It took off like a rocket. So
yeah, without Mike, Pocus Hocus would not have existed.
That's not true though. Like the only thing, Alan's come up with so much without me. Pocus, you didn't write that with me. You wrote that with your friend Will.
Yeah,
and
but
everything that you've come up with since, you come up with primarily on your own. So
yeah, you don't need Mike, man.
Yeah, you don't really need me.
You're right. All right,
he's holding you back.
Yeah.
It would be the same scenario if a homeless guy approached you, intoxicated as could be, and said, "Why don't you make a comic?" And you would have been like, "You know what? I think I'm gonna try that." Could have been the same reason,
Well, you know who you all needed? Dave Lentz.
Yeah,
that's the connective tissue.
Yeah.
He's a connective tissue with everybody. Though.
He's the ligaments.
He's had his hands on everybody.
And I think Dave so much because I think Dave so much because I knew Dave from his work with Garrett Gunn, and I got talking with him. That's the thing that I love about indie creators the most. Y'all are most of the time very easy to talk to, and trust me, as a fan, we appreciate that. Well, yeah. But he had sent me a list of one of the 80 titles he was working on that month, and I was scrolling through them, and I happened to see Pocus Hocus, and that just caught my eye because my brain was like, "Wait a second, it didn't feel right at first saying it that way." Now I can't say it any other way.
Yeah, we can't say it the correct.
Yeah. I have a hard time saying Hocus Pocus now.
That's what I'm saying.
I get disoriented.
Yeah,
I corrected somebody once and said that's actually backwards.
What is it? The Mandela effect? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I knew that's what was going to happen with that name.
Yeah, and I took a chance with it. I was like, man, this book looks awesome. So I took a chance with it, and then Sean and I figured out that he had actually backed Midnight Highway, not knowing that you guys were connected at all. So when we found that out, I was like, okay, that's too funny. Then we started going through y'all's back catalog, and we were like, okay, how have you never heard of them before?
Exactly.
Once we started reading, we told everybody we could. We're like, y'all, this publisher right here is very super indie. You're not going to find a lot of their stuff in the store, but they're worth it. Everything y'all have done, there's not, and I can say this, and it's not just because we're friends, because I wouldn't spend my hard-earned money just to make friends. You know,
Mhm.
I back your
Yeah.
books. We back your books because we love them, and you guys have created something that's kind of outside of the norm for a lot of comic readers, because there's still some people that believe that comics are just superheroes
Mhm.
and that's it. You guys have done something, and Sean's got a question that I want to kind of pose to you. What as a company do you hope to bring the comics that makes Bad Bug unique outside of not doing superhero books?
I think it was kind of like the mission statement from the beginning, right? The books you didn't know you wanted to read. And I think that we try to push each other to a degree of making sure we're all telling stories that are graspable, but is also outside of the norm and stuff that other people would be scared to make, right? Like
Mm.
Scott's story with Periwinkle is my go-to for this, because on the surface, you know, you have a murder revenge story for Santa, right? But it's so much more than that, and so deep and rich with everything that it's kind of scary when you talk about it. And I remember when Scott was storyboarding it and pitching it with us, it's like, man, this is a huge concept, and if done right, this is going to pay off, and it did. And it's stuff like that, like you know, with Grandma Chainsaw, serial killer grandma with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
Let's have fun with it, right? It's just, I don't know, it's just little stuff like that that I think that we try to do. Yeah, it's just push yourself and make sure we're having fun and laughing. And if we're not laughing while we're writing this stuff, or we get a reaction out of someone, then we're not doing it right. We need to figure out what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
That's a good answer, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was a very good answer.
So, you brought up Periwinkle, and I love the book. I love the book. We've actually read it to our nieces. I know they're young,
No,
but
I
they
love it.
love it.
It's
Love
just
that.
dismemberment.
Yeah.
Is there?
I mean, it's just, you know, they're doing that with their dolls. I mean, they're
That's
ripping the
true.
arms and heads off
Yeah.
dolls.
Yeah, that is
They're-
true.
It's in our blood, man.
The thing that I love most about Periwinkle is the fact that you guys decided to just release it as a hardcover, just the whole thing at one time.
Mm.
Are there any plans, or can you talk about if there's any plans to do that with any other books?
No.
Um,
That took way. If we do, we're gonna make sure it's like 95% completed.
what are we talking about here? Like, are we doing hardbacks? Is that what we're
would
talking
we
about?
do another
Like,
trade?
one
Well,
big, I think one
First,
dump though, right?
Would
Is that
we
what
do
you're
another
saying?
trade first?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I
The whole
mean,
complete
you know, we're
story.
working on you know, the Beneath the Lighthouse, which is a horror story that we're working on right now. That's going to be a one shot, and we do plan on having a hardback with
Yeah,
that
but
one.
that's like
Yeah. But that's
only
just
only
like
30 some pages.
yeah,
right?
30 some pages. It's not like the
Yeah.
behemoth, right? So
Yeah, like the biggest
Yeah.
completed thing we've got's like either it's Bearskin from Jason Pill or it's Periwinkle from Scott.
yeah.
Mhm.
You know, it took a while.
Yeah.
We wanted to get it right. Scott wanted to really get it right, and so did Arturo.
Well,
So it just took a while.
on both of those,
Mhm.
excellent job.
Thanks.
Jason's Bearskin is
Yeah.
I love
amazing.
Bearskin. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of our least read, but I think it is because Jason's harder to market because there's subtlety to the way that he writes and he presents his stories, so it makes it a little harder to market.
Again, it goes back to the books you didn't know you wanted to read, right? And
Yeah,
and I think that
Yeah.
that some of the titles, you know, Bearskin, it's obscure.
Mhm.
I think though, if people sit down and give it a chance and read it, they'll be like, "Oh, great! I'm so happy I did this." Right?
Yeah.
100% on that, because the premise of everything, y'all have a way of talking about what your books are about without giving away the plot, giving away everything. And I don't know if that's a collective idea that y'all have when y'all go to write these short little things. Like, to be really honest, I know that Alan has done the pitch for Pocus so many times, he's got it memorized.
Mhm.
But there's something that even with the pitch that I've heard from him say on every show he's been on, that even when I read the book for the first time, I was like, there's more to it than just that. Like
Mhm.
the issues with his dad and
Mhm.
all the other characters. So is that like a collective thing, or does each writer decide how they're going to have their books put out there like that with the
I
description?
I think a lot of it, especially in the Bad Bug chat, it's all kind of, I don't want to say hive mind, but we all, from where we're all reading each other's stuff so much, we all pick up nuances and subtleties from each other. Um, I think that we either consciously or subconsciously decide what we think is boring or what would bore a reader. Like, whenever I'm pitching Pocus, like you said, Jay, with his dad issues, well, it's about a magician soul to soul because he wanted to make his dad happy. But, at that point, I feel like I lost the reader because it's like, it's too emotional then at that point. You know what I mean? Like, I want them to be surprised by the emotion that comes from it. What do you guys think?
That's well said.
Mhm.
I guess the question is more about like how do we present the pitch
Hmm.
and how do we choose to edit out some of the important content and still get people interested in the story. So if you're thinking about it from that angle, you know, creating a really good elevator pitch is like the most critical part of your marketing,
Hmm.
right? So
Our titles are notoriously hard to elevator pitch, though.
we do it. If you look at every one of our, no, like it's
Do.
just okay. So that
It's
sounds
not.
arrogant.
It's not
That sounds
easy.
arrogant, but
It ain't
we
easy
force
being
ourselves to do
cheesy,
it.
boy.
We force ourselves to do it because we realize we don't have their attention that long.
Yeah.
Like we try to present things in a way that's very ADHD friendly, and
Yeah.
It is.
okay, we all have a very short attention span, and we're multitaskers by default. We're not successful at it, but we are multitaskers.
But it's there.
Uh, so we bounce around a lot. So we know that we need to get the quick hits in and make it appealing, and then the details we fill them in on later. Like I got a pitch the other day. It was like 3 paragraphs or 4 paragraphs long. That was the pitch to the book, and I didn't read it. I was like, I read the first paragraph. I was like already not feeling it,
Yeah.
and I didn't even know what it was about. I just like already disconnected because I'm already disinterested. Like they're giving me information I don't need to know right now. I'm just trying to take a peek at it and see if I want to go further. Just like you look at a comic cover the same way.
Yeah.
Comic cover gets you. It's on the wall. It's the first thing you see. So
I'm just thinking like when you try to like boil it down to its like base elements, right? Like
Mhm.
Undercity Tales, detective noir. However, now you're missing a huge component of what makes that story unique. It's a city of full of aliens and like miles underneath the planet. So it's like, well, but then if you try to lead with that, it's like, okay, but also a pulpy noir 1950s gumshoe detective story. Like by the time you're done really giving like the core elements of what makes it unique, like you've
Yeah.
probably tired the person listening to you. But I would take that kind of hurdle or handicap over writing like here's my superhero story, because
Yeah.
like to me that's when they lose me. Because and that's why I'm not saying we should steer clear. I mean, I think if we do a superhero story, and we are to a degree coming up here with one of our titles, but it's got to be something really compelling to want us to delve into that world, because like everything we have is so unique, and like to Alan's point, other publishers would be terrified to touch it.
Mhm.
So we're almost like a sanctuary of sorts.
The island of misfit writers.
Yeah.
well,
There you go.
we're something that I think like when you look at the library, what we have, like because when you brought up the whole thing about the not have a superhero character, like we're not a superhero publisher, like I don't even know if that was really the mission statement was to avoid superhero. Like
Just
it wasn't.
happened. Yeah.
We didn't. Yeah, it just happened. It's that we found more interesting stories develop outside of the superhero column because, well, you're just going to you're victim of comparisons when you do superhero stories. Like no matter what, there's superhero archetypes already laid out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like when I read Bearskin, I'm not thinking about what else it's like.
Mhm.
You know, like it avoided a comparison, and that already gives it an advantage to piquing people's interest. Because a lot of times now you see a lot of indie superhero characters, and this is going to be taken probably the wrong way, but when you see them, you're already starting to try to figure out what archetype they fit in. Are they a magic caster? Are they a superhero or Superman type? Are they a vigilante type like Batman or Daredevil? And then, you know, you start putting them in those columns, and then you start trying to deconstruct those characters more than you are really trying to hear about what makes that character interesting to begin with, or what their origin or backstory was. So it's I guess I've always looked at it as like it's kind of toxic and kind of dangerous to tread in that territory. So hats off to the people that do make indie superhero characters. I know that they face a lot of that. And they have to make sure that their characters stay significant and relevant amongst all of that. And we've seen people that have made it work and that have done it. So,
but what I do want to say though too is, you know, and I feel like I could speak for just about everybody that we work with at Bad Bug. We embrace a lot of the comparisons because I think that it's bad on our part if we don't do that, right? Like, because for example, you know, Grandma Chainsaw, of course, how many comparisons, even just with chainsaw in the title, do I get compared to Texas Chainsaw Massacre? So it's like you embrace that. So you're like, yeah, absolutely it is. But we make it different enough to keep you interested and to want to know more about what's going on. And that's one thing I love about working with everybody too, because whenever we do hear the comparisons and stuff, it's like, yeah, definitely, you know, that was a huge inspiration for this. And then we're able to roll with that and then just really build an audience with that. So if you like this, then you might like this book too. So I did want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I'm kind of guilty of making a comparison when it comes to the Dead Squad.
Yeah,
which I think are the best superheroes I've read in a long
the
time.
Monster Squad.
No, the Dead Squad, dude.
That it was the biggest. I think that was the biggest surprise for me in reading something at Alan's. Because here's the thing about Alan: like Alan doesn't give you what you want, but he gives you the thing you didn't know that you needed. Kind of like it's a play on. It's a play on the mission statement, but his is that he throws in something that you're just like, what? and he doubles down on it. That's the other thing. Like he doesn't.
Oh, dude, you embrace it.
Yeah, you know, he just embraces. He's like, no, this is what it's going to be. This is what's going to happen. Because you know, Grandma Chainsaw, you know, definitely throws that in, and then suddenly you're like on this other journey that you kind of thought you'd be on.
Yeah,
and it's actually entertaining, so you go along with it. And like I thought of the movie Cabin in the Woods.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Okay, so that's I kind of feel like you with Grandma Chainsaw, that's what you ended up doing, right? Was kind of the Cabin in the Woods kind of technique where you set up all the familiar, you know, you get yourself into a familiar
tropes,
place.
yeah.
The trope, you settled into the trope, and then suddenly here's this. And that was just chapter 1, you know.
Yeah.
And now the rest of it's all this other ridiculous stuff that you've injected in.
I think that's probably the hardest thing to do is subvert expectations of the audience and then maintain them. Because there's a lot of people that try and then you just lose them, which makes sense. But like Alan has that ability. I guess.
Yeah.
So it's a talent, and not a lot of people have that. And Hollywood tries to do that, and then you know they get roasted for it a lot of times.
That's because they're inauthentic about it. Like
they're purposely trying to.
Yeah. And that's the thing that just shows you like how scared they don't want to take risks.
Yeah,
they don't want to take risks because it costs them so much money now when they take a risk.
You have no idea how funny it is to me that It's a Davenport Babe has made it into my daily vernacular.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I say it all the time. Nobody understands what I'm saying,
so
but I say it all the time.
I am
Al loves that line.
Oh man,
He's told me about it a few times. Like even before I read it.
Call Mike. I called Mike right before this interview, and I was like, Mike, remember whenever I wrote in the script, it's a Davenport.
It's a Davenport.
Mike's like, yes, Alan. Now let me sleep. It's 3 a.m.
All right, I'll call you at 7.
No, I think that's about the time he calls Dave, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Dave,
probably.
what time does
No,
Dave
Dave.
usually wake up?
Dave's up
Yeah,
by
he might wake
4.
up at 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dave's up by 4 at least because I'll send him late night texts because I'm nocturnal. And then
I love that
obviously
you
I
say
can see the timestamp when Dave
you're nocturnal,
responds.
but you just say your sleep
But well,
schedule's awful.
here's the thing about it. Like, I know he's not excited to talk to me, so like he's waiting to respond. He gets up, he sees the message, he goes about his day to cool off, and then he sends me the message.
Yeah.
So if I'm getting that message at 4 from him when he's ready to talk to me, then he's getting up way earlier than that.
I got to ask because as somebody who came in a little bit after y'all got started, and I know Alan's, but I was very curious. What was the first Bad Bug comic that you wrote, Scott or Mike? And what's the most recent one that you can talk about?
Did you ask the very first Bad Bug book?
Yes.
It was Black Jackets, which was something that I wrote.
Oh, okay.
That was the very first thing that was ever under that logo. And then Undercity Tales was the second thing. And then Midnight Highway. And I think that's when Pocus kicked in.
Yeah, Undercity was
Dead End Moon might have been before Pocus. I don't know.
It's all a blur. Like I don't know anymore.
Yeah, that's when it started to, expand.
Oh, yeah. Undercity was mine. I was working on Everett Forge at the time, and then Mike reached out, or I think I reached out to Mike because he was looking for collaborators. So we did Undercity. Bad Bug wasn't a thing yet, though. Yeah, as far as most recent, is Cupid for me. Shameless plug.
So excited for it. So excited for it.
It's really good. Like,
I
refuse to read it. Like, Scott would send me the scripts and stuff, and I wouldn't read them.
Oh,
and
that's how he knows it's good.
Yeah, because I knew it was going to be good, and I wanted to just see it when it was done.
No,
as a
awesome.
fan,
that's
he
awesome.
did he did exactly what he wanted to do with that one, and it turned out great.
I'm not stopping.
That might lead a little bit into my next question. Probably not, but there are Easter eggs in some of your books. Is there a plan to make Bad Bug a collective universe, or are there only going to be pockets in what nobody else but myself calls the Smokey Way Galaxy with Scott's books?
I think that like the whole idea for the overarching like multiverse type deal or everything is kind of coexisting in the same universe. It's obviously 100% something that we've talked about, but nothing that we've acted on. Mm-hmm. But the good news is with how everyone writes and all these guys are just so talented. Even all the way through like Chris Jerome's stuff. It's set up nice to where if this is something that we wanted to do, it would not feel forced. Mm-hmm. So that's the best compliment I can give, because that way, if we ever did decide to do something like this, it wouldn't, like if we ever decided to do, God, I don't know, like Midnight Highway meets Grandma Chainsaw, right? That would be something that would just feel organic within everything because of how everything's set up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here's probably the toughest question I'm going to ask y'all. Who wins, Superman or Goku, and why is it Superman?
I don't think
Superman. It looks like you made everyone mad except Scott.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think Superman would
kinda, but I know Scott loves Superman, so he's gonna agree with you. And we can see the hat and poster on your wall or painting on your wall. So you're wrong. But
yeah,
it's okay.
I hate that.
You're like, it's just, I don't even want to argue about it.
Yeah, I hate how wrong you are.
Screw you, Jay. You want to fight?
I love how right you are.
Man,
so,
Jay.
I got a joke. Okay, I think I made this up. I probably didn't, but the punchline to it changes all the time. How many Dragon Ball Z characters does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know, Jay. Tell us.
1. It takes 36 episodes.
I knew that. That's where that was going. I knew it.
That's accurate.
It's accurate.
Nothing happens in those. It's the same thing. It keeps happening. That's like they're amazing at like how long they've been able to stretch out the absurdity of that show.
Yeah, I think that joke stems from obviously like the Frieza saga, for how long that went on.
So now I got a serious question now.
Oh, okay, that wasn't serious. I thought that was.
Yeah, I thought that.
Yeah, I thought that was the serious part of this interview.
That was serious to 50% of the panel.
Okay.
I'll put it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
If y'all were asked by any of the bigger publishers to write a story for one of their characters, who are you choosing, and is that character your favorite character?
I would love to do a Batman story.
Yeah, Batman would be
Yeah,
cool.
I would absolutely love to do a Batman story.
There's two. I got two. So you're just Batman? There wouldn't be any others that you'd want?
No, you only get one. That's what Jay asked, Mike.
Yeah. I disregard that question. Disregard the question.
Right. Mute him. Mute
I'm
him.
taking over here.
Boo this man.
I'm your new host. That's a tough one because like I think I would write Daredevil the best, but it's not my favorite character. Character.
Yeah, Daredevil I could see.
I like Silver Surfer, but I think
you do love
Daredevil
Silver
I could
Surfer.
write
well. There's no wrong answer to this.
Yes, sir.
I'm just very curious. How about you, Scott?
Well, you triggered something within me, Jay.
Yeah.
It's really gonna like now I've got a duality issue. All right.
I feel like
Why don't do these?
Prefer to do.
It messes with my head.
He's having an existential crisis.
Yeah.
Superman to like satiate my inner child, but I think I could probably do better with like a Punisher. I think.
Oh, you're very Punisher.
Yeah.
You're so Punisher, Scott.
So
Yeah.
Punisher.
You're a misunderstood hero.
I am. Thank you.
With a dark past.
I like that.
I know that's disingenuous, but I'm gonna take it.
That's all you accuse me of now is being disingenuous.
Well, I mean,
we're about to. It's gonna turn into the couples therapy in here.
Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't let that happen. Right.
I shouldn't
let you get to me like you always do.
Yeah.
We could save that after the show.
Yeah.
We have a little we have a little couples therapy after.
Yeah. We just yell at each other or talk shit on each other for a few, and then we're good.
I try to build you up, Scott. I don't know what you're talking about.
Whatever. Okay.
So,
you're nothing without me.
That's a messenger kind of comment right there. You're nothing without me. I sent him the most hateful things come to him through Facebook Messenger.
Stuff that would ruin the company.
I'll never be absolutely hateful to Scott. That's where it's planted.
Yeah. When they want to be on the phone, it'd be like sweet as apple pie.
Man, I just want to thank you for sticking with me through thick and thin.
Really appreciate
you've been
brother.
here since the beginning.
Yeah, then I'd be like, little coward. Little wimpy coward.
So
you're trash.
Mike, not too long ago, you had a Facebook post.
Oh God!
That's what I'm talking about. I'm always afraid this is going to happen.
We had that was a PNG of Scott's face.
Oh,
yeah.
Is there ever a plan to do a stretch goal with any of those posts that were made?
There you go.
I would that's a great idea. So,
I don't know if anyone would want it.
Scott into our stretch goals. I'm gonna get back to you on that. Because I feel like I'd like a button of Scott, or maybe a sticker that I'd put on my car of Scott's face.
That'd be nice.
So there's a chance of that. I'd love to have something of Alan too. Like just a wallet picture. Wallet
so you could show everybody.
Yeah, so look, this is my friend Alan. Like, who's that back behind there? Oh, that's my wife.
That's not supposed to be
But
here.
look at how
That's
Alan
not
glows.
supposed to be.
That was supposed to be another picture of Alan.
Look at how ripped he is in this picture.
She
My
must
dude's
have replaced
ripped.
it. She must have
She's
crawled out of the
killing it.
basement to replace that picture. God, she does this all the time.
I've got more pictures of you hidden throughout the house. They're just everywhere.
It's not even Alan's face; it's one of his arms.
Yeah, no, it's just
His
that.
arms.
Yeah, so whenever Mike is in his demented-ridden state, he'll just go back and look at those pictures. It's like it leaves like a breadcrumb
God.
trail.
Okay, so back on. I get it back on the rails just a little bit.
Funny.
And this is a question for all of you. What is your favorite Bad Bug book that you didn't write or create,
Oh, I don't have
or had
one.
anything to do with, other than
Nothing. Yeah, just
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's others.
That's a
Yeah,
good
wait, we have
question.
other stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah, what?
That's a good question.
Oh, that is a good question.
Mine's always a tie between Periwinkle and Midnight Highway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just
cool. Thanks.
absolutely love both of those books so much. Midnight Highway, obviously, for just how crazy and imaginative it is, and for me, just being a lover of that genre in general, because obviously like my go-to show is always the Twilight Zone, and that really checks off all the boxes for me. And Periwinkle, just because my blanket show, my security blanket movie is The Nightmare Before Christmas, and Periwinkle gives me those vibes from that. And of course, I love bloody, ridiculous stuff. So again, checks off the boxes there.
Thanks.
Whatever.
See, that's how, like if I agree with Alan, he gets mad. He says, "Whatever."
Don't
He
pander
doesn't
me.
want me to agree with him.
Don't pander me.
Yeah.
Or he just,
Kiss ass. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
I agree with you on Periwinkle, and like honestly, like that's hard because like everything that's there that I didn't write. I mean, the bulk of the library I had nothing to do with really. Scott wrote a lot of it. Alan's written a lot of it. But their original IPs, like I really think Alan hit his stride with Horse in Hell. Like I think that's where we get the best of Alan on that book. And then I really like Bearskin. Like I know I brought it up earlier, but I really enjoyed that story. So like Periwinkle, Bearskin, and I would say Horse in Hell are some of my favorites.
Yeah, I would say Horse in Hell, because that's my jam. I do. I love. I mean, Kit's art and everything, and then Alan's storytelling to combine. It's like a beautiful cocktail. But I mean, as far as I gotta go too with Black Jackets, because I told Mike that from the minute I saw kind of like the initial art, like that's totally my vibe. I love supernatural stuff. I like that. I love the aesthetic of that one, the vibes. I love the show Supernatural, so it kind of played in that like Monster of the Week type vibe that I love. Yeah, that's probably my go-to, and because I always said that I could see that being adapted into a show too. So.
And I do obviously, again, like this is kind of like honorable mention, and I know I'm speaking for all of us here. Discordia is obviously an honorable mention, but we won't talk about it because we're all too scared to talk about it. Because
we don't know what's going on.
Yeah, there's so much. And then Kristen's like, "Oh yeah, I just wrote a story about another continent in this world," and we're like, "Jesus Christ!"
Yeah, I don't know how to keep that straight.
And you're right. Thanks for bringing it up, Alan, because I always forget about Discordia, and here's why I forget about it. It's its own. When you think about Bad Bug in the library, Discordia is its own library. It's like it's its own continent.
Yeah, it's like Tolkien.
Yeah. So like that, there's a whole other world going over there. So you kind of separate it from everything else because of how complex it is. But it's still accessible to new readers. That's the funny thing. Like you really. Like he created a story that has several points of entry that you can start from and be fine. And a lot of people get intimidated by big worlds like that because they think they have to know it all at once, or they have to start from a very specific point where maybe somewhere else it seems more attractive and more their style. Like they might see a story art on another book that isn't the main line maybe that they prefer, and they'd want to start there, but they can't. But they can with Discordia. That's the thing. So Chris is pretty good at just creating several different ways for people to get integrated into his world. And it's tough for us to say this because we really don't like Chris.
Yeah,
Scott, yeah.
it is tough. I mean, no, but it's like Doctor Who. It's like that. That's 40 years it's been on. So it's like that type of vibe. You're like, that's a thick world. And then, but like to
Who is
Mike's
she
point,
for?
you could, you can just enter right in and kind of figure it out. And then you have all that excess catalog now you get to play off of or read into. And yeah, he's got quite a world built. I'm impressed. I mean, and then he's writing regular, like actual books too on the
Yeah,
side.
so
It's like,
there's these
quit
things out
showing
there
off.
called novels. It's wild.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
lots
you
of
read,
words.
dude. Your brain makes the visuals. It's nuts.
The
And
things that-
Chris writes those. Yeah, you hallucinate for like a couple hours at a time. It's crazy.
He's a busy writer for sure.
Yeah.
And he's got like 11 kids.
Yeah.
So it's like, how does he write? Like, how does it make sense?
Actually, no.
Like,
Now that I
that's-
think about it, it's more concerning because some of the subject matter in these things. This guy's a father.
Yeah.
And you know he's influencing the minds of the young.
Yeah.
Do we call
Is-
CPS?
Yeah.
He's the first political writer that I've read that I've enjoyed reading.
Okay.
Well,
That's
there you
I'll
go.
say that about him. He's injecting politics into his story, but he doesn't do it in a polarizing way.
Yeah, I was going to say it's smart with how he.
Yeah, he's not. It's not polarizing. It's more of just about taking our own history and applying it to a new world and what that would look like and how that would shape any world, even one riddled with monsters. And I think that's what he pulled off with Discordia.
Yeah.
Let's just hypothetical question here. Studio approaches Bad Bug. What is the first thing that you would option?
For animation or live action?
Yeah.
Either or. You could do one of each.
Oh.
Alan doesn't want to say it, but animation would be Horse in Hell.
Well,
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say Black Jackets would be live. Well, yeah, I guess Horse would be good animation. Black Jackets for live action, though. 100%.
You would do Black Jackets for live action.
Mhm.
Okay.
I think it
Black
could work.
TV
After the
show.
after the success of like Umbrella Academy,
Yeah.
things like that,
Exactly.
I think Black Jackets would fit in really well with that. And I would only want to proposition Grandma Chainsaw for a live action if the movie could only be made for $100,000. It can't be made any more than that. Like, I don't want some big studio coming in being like, "Here's 10 million to make this movie." No,
We
this
could
thing
figure
can
that
only.
out.
We just have to give people a Bud Light and a ride to get to the studio, and then we can make the B movie that we've always wanted to make.
There you go.
That's a very specific vision that you've already got for that movie.
Yeah.
I've been thinking a lot about it.
Yeah, I know. That's I would say Horse in the Hell for animation for sure.
Yeah.
I would like to see a live action Periwinkle.
Mhm.
I know we keep talking about the same ones. I'd like to see Midnight Highway, but
Midnight Highway would be a good TV show. Yeah, a lot of these serve better as TV shows, I think. Like Periwinkle obviously would be I would love to see that in film. I'd love to see that in like one of those, like a Cross the Spider-Verse type kind of crazier animated look. That'd be cool.
That would look cool.
Black Jackets, I think, again, and I said that when he launched it, would be like an amazing Netflix series. Honestly, all of them. I don't know if we could just option the whole damn catalog. I think there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of good TV shows, a lot of good content that could be found within everything.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that it's kind of funny because like now that we're talking about it and really thinking about it, you can tell that everyone that's writing these books, we love comics, but it seems like we like film first, then comics, because how a lot of this stuff is made and constructed, it's made from a lens of like we're writing a script for a movie.
Yeah. And we've had a lot of people say that too. Like a lot of our books are cinematic in their approach, or like
And that's
they
the
harken
best
back to like
compliment I think that I can
90s.
get.
I mean, I'm always
Yeah.
flattered. But a lot of them they're like, oh yeah, this is like that like 90s action nostalgia that I love, and I'm like, perfect, because that's that's what I wanted it to be. I mean, that's what I grew up on. So Armageddon, Mummy, like all those movies. So might be cheesy, but I enjoy the heck out of it.
Hold on, you really like Armageddon?
Dude, I was gonna let it go. Let's just
Come on, you're saying you don't enjoy that even.
I'm like, cool. I know he likes that one. And then mentioned Armageddon. I was like, what? I've never heard you.
You don't like Armageddon? Come on.
Whatever. Scott does not want to miss a thing. Jay, what's your next question?
Oh, you're trying to move on.
Yeah.
So now that we talked about a different medium with the movies and things like that, I'd be really interested in what you think would make a good video game. What property would make a good video game to you? And it could be any console or PC.
What would make
Pocus would be a great card game.
Yeah.
Black Jackets would be a great beat 'em up game.
Yeah, Blackjack. Do you guys ever remember that game, Hunter the Reckoning? It came out forever.
Yeah, it'd be like
Black Jackets would be something like that.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's a good one too. Kind of like the isometric.
Yes. Yep.
Almost like Diablo.
Horse and Hell would be like a good like a Ratchet and Clank.
Dude, Horse and Hell would be a fun side scroller too.
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't know. That's Scott's. A lot of Scott's books, like I think about that too. Like Periwinkle would be a very good God of War. You know what I mean? Like just
that'd be awesome.
You get to see this heightened fantasy interpretation of the world of Christmas and festivities around that time of year, and just seeing all that would be really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a good question. We'll probably just make a really cheap mobile game that we can really convince kids to use their parents' credit cards and spend money.
Microtransactions over and over again.
Dude, that's what I do.
Start somewhere.
Flappy Bird.
That's your butt. I've been trying to figure out how to get one of those to fly.
Flappy Bug.
So, Scott, what went through your head when you decided to make Krampus so sexy?
I can't even take credit for that. So that's Arturo. And I actually pivoted his personality after I saw like the initial concept art, because initially Krampus was a bit more aristocratic in kind of his demeanor. So Arturo sent me over those initial, and I'm like, he's thirst trapping Krampus, and I'm not against it. So then I pivoted to this more flamboyant theatrical, and I think that actually suited it better, and it actually enhanced the story overall. So that's why from now on, when I would prefer to only ever work with Arturo, as talented as he is. I just let him run with whatever. Cupid, I told him about the size I wanted him to be, just for the narrative part, and he took that design. He drew him, made him look like almost Leonardo DiCaprio from Romeo and Juliet, and I'm like, I'm for it. So he's doing the same for my next title. So yeah, I wish I could take credit, because it's such beauty, but yeah, that was Arturo's ultimate design.
Yeah, I got to say that Periwinkle is kind of a book where each page could be a poster. Each page could be framed and hung up somewhere. I think the entire team behind the art and everything, they did an amazing job. Like the colors, everything. And of course,
it's all Arturo. Yeah, he's a one-man. He's a one-stop shop.
It's crazy.
His lighting and everything, he's just top tier. And I just talked to him the other day. It was like one of the first times we actually talked on the phone, which is crazy because we've been working together for like 2 years. But he was telling me that he learned all of his English from watching Quentin Tarantino movies.
Oh God!
And
how hard did he cuss you out?
I was like, everything about you now makes sense, because like
was he got that's like super foul mouthed?
Yeah, and then he just sent you feet pics.
Just
Like
he's the
everything I
sweetest
learned about
guy.
American
you want to see
culture.
my feet?
Yeah.
You want to
Yeah.
see my feet? Here.
Oh, he's
Thinks we
such
all love
a-
feet over here.
Yeah, I don't deserve him. I think the world probably doesn't deserve Arturo, but like he's a gem of a human. But yeah, I look forward to showing you guys with the next title because he's already cooking up some good stuff.
Is there any plans on any future campaigns of selling art pages for any of them? Like, I'd love to see Brian Belondo's
Yeah, I was gonna say.
art pages on one of the Kickstarters.
So, here's what makes that difficult. It used to be something that was more fluent in the 90s and then in the 2000s, but then as more artists moved to digital,
Yeah,
that's
that's
just
true.
not practical anymore because a lot of them just, they work on a digital canvas. So, the original artwork's saved on their hard drive. So, but it's funny too. We have all gotten some personal artwork that's been illustrated for us from artists, and those end up being really personal pieces to us, and it's really hard to sell those. Discordia is the last time I can think of that we had a series that sold original art on it. And Patrick's one of the few artists that we work with who starts his process on paper, and you can see it in his art why. He's got a very unique raw style that would probably be really hard to emulate digitally. So that's where we find value in selling his interior art, because it's kind of like it's an older method now, right? It's kind of seen that way.
Yeah.
So we'd love to do it more, but that's just not the world that we're in, and and the artists that we work with just don't do it.
It's understandable. See, I had no idea about that. I know that a lot of people still are doing digital now, but that's a good thing to know. So,
well, there's a fair amount that start as a base. They'll sketch on bases and stuff, but
yeah,
when it's so easy to edit things digitally, and knowing that you're working for a publisher that's going to likely ask for edits, you're not doing a piece for yourself at that point. You're doing a piece for someone else, so that's when you make a lot more edits. I think artists got sick of having to make edits on pencil, like that.
Yeah.
Last question that I have for y'all: why the name Bad Bug? I mean, it's a dope name. Don't get me wrong, but was it like a placeholder till you figured something out, or were you always like, nope, this is Bad Bug?
It's a placeholder, and just never changed it. People have tried to change it. Both of these guys on the call have tried to change it.
I have.
I just wanted to make.
I just wanted to make a scene.
I kind of wanted to be a martyr, or like just make it seem like I've been victimized, or beaten because I've made that.
I don't think we've ever gotten an answer from you though, genuinely, why that was selected as a placeholder. Like what?
Most things, like it's just if it sounded catchy, and that just popped out real quick.
Do you like bugs?
No. Hate bugs.
Do you like bed bugs?
So that's like we were talking about this. You're so stupid. So like we were in the chat. Then
he was looking at his bed. He saw a bed bug. He's like, "Wait a minute."
There's been zero opposition to the name Bad Bug. Really, like you guys have never questioned it or challenged it or anything, which I appreciate. It just made things smoother because we could focus on other things, but. It started a mini riot in our group chat because one of our newest members decided to do a Google search on us, and the top 20 like if you go to Google right now, you type in Bad Bug, it says you mean bed bugs, right? Like it's just like it automatically corrects it to bed bugs and just searches that instead, prioritizes that. So there's been this whole thing of like that name gets buried in SEO, which is search engine optimization. And there's just been a debate ever since then. Well, should we change our name because it's hard to find us if people Google us? And
I did that to be a dick.
I said, hey, next up would be Triangle of Truth. would be the name I'd want to use.
I Googled it to be a
Right.
dick because earlier that day he had said, he's like, you got to do better titles because my next one's Cupid. He's like, for SEO. I'm like, oh, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, that's so.
That's so
So I'm
petty.
like, let's Google bad
came
bug,
from
buddy.
He's so petty. All right, so
I
like,
know.
so like Scott, like we were talking about this too. Like, so the name of your book's Cupid, and that's like so common. Like it's like
Yeah.
you search periwinkle, it's not that common. You search Cupid, yes, like it's going to get buried a lot further, especially as you get closer to Valentine's Day when we're launching on the 13th. All right, right, you're launching.
Oh, are we?
Cupid
I didn't know
on
when we
the-
were launching.
So you wanted to launch on Valentine's Day. I'm like, dude, like no one's on Kickstarter on Valentine's Day, or if they are, they're really lonely and they're probably not going to back a book called Cupid. So you know, like
True.
so it's just I don't know, but like we were trying to come up with like a subtitle to his name and we couldn't do it. I knew you'd be mad because I said that to you. And then,
Well, no, I
and then you turned it on
genuinely
the
agree. I
company.
agreed with you, but I'm like, wait a
Yeah.
minute. He called his company Bad Bug. I'm like, he's got no place to talk.
You mean we could have ended up with Cupid straight to the heart?
Could've
been.
Could have been cool. Scott.
Well,
Coulda
originally
had a
I
cool
said
name.
Cupid a periwinkle tail, and then periwinkle didn't really take off. I'm like, well, I don't know if I want to anchor him. I don't want to anchor him down with that name if it's not going to be good. So we can still pivot. I mean, it's Bad Bugs Cupid at the end of the day. Like I have to Google all our titles with Bad Bug, and then
In
to
fact,
find like
really
to see
that
if there's like
Scott's name
reviews
is
and
Bad
stuff.
Bugs Scott Wilkie. That's it should.
That's how I
Bad
how I
Bugs.
find
Alan
myself.
Dunford. Should appreciate. This is Alan Dunford, brought to you by Bad Bug Media. This is Scott Wilkie. This next lovemaking session is brought to you by Bad Bug Media.
Oh my god.
Alan
I
Dunford,
should be
sponsored by
I should be
Bad Bug.
pompous and put Scott Wilkie's atop. Can we do that quick?
Dude,
Can
I
we have
had a
that
guy
quick?
try to do that with one of his titles that he's pitching with us. Wanted to have his name in front of his book. I was
I can, yeah.
like,
Sounds pretty cool if
who
you
are
ask me.
you? So like, that's, like,
Cupid, another chapter in the Swookie Way galaxy.
yeah,
Right?
another chapter in the what? That's like 4 titles. A new
Have
chapter.
you seen some titles for some of these
Next-
books out here
yeah.
lately?
No kidding.
Well, we're about to end it. Again, y'all, honestly,
We're about to end it all.
We'll
we're
never
gonna
be invited back.
we're
That's
gonna end the show. Trust me, I'm gonna work as hard as I can to get y'all back on. Honestly, I love having y'all on. Like I said at the beginning, I love the fact that my creative friends and my job can mesh together. Y'all are a joy, whether y'all want to believe that or not. I've had such a good time talking to y'all. And I appreciate y'all taking the time out of y'all's day to do this with me. Honestly, thank you.
No, absolutely. I
nice.
appreciate
Yeah.
you all and the EXP for giving us an opportunity to jump on and talk about what we're doing. We're
Yeah,
really
totally.
proud of everything that we work on, and we treat all of our titles with the same love and appreciation. Our entire library. So we're really proud of what we're doing right now, and hope to continue to share that with everyone. And thanks to people like you, Jay, we get to do that on shows like this. So appreciate it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well
So before
said.
we leave, can we go around and I just want everybody to say where it's easiest to find you, whatever platform you're on. Scott, where can everybody find you?
I'm on all of it. I don't know how good I am at any of it, but it's Swilky Smooth at
What is it?
X now, Twitter. It's Awkward Skull on TikTok. Scott Wilkie 24 on Instagram, and then Facebook. You can find me, Scott Wilkie. Yeah, I'm somewhere usually all the time.
Yep, and to keep up with all my stuff, you can follow me on X at Chaps of Fury. Our newsletter, Top Hat Studios, or the Top Hat Studios. So sorry, someone already had it. And then, of course, Bad Bug newsletter. Follow that for all of our stuff.
That's it. I mean, like I'm on those more than anything. I'd say Facebook really is probably the best way to communicate with me directly. Under Mike Teener on Facebook, and you'll probably find me on Twitter more now. Like I should say. I'm always reluctant to mess around with Twitter, but I'm starting to enjoy it. So, yeah, you can find me on there at Mr. Teener, MRTENER.
Guys, again, appreciate y'all showing up. Hopefully, we'll see y'all again soon. Y'all take care, and I'll see y'all next time. Okay.
And
Thanks for having us.
later.
All right, everybody. That's going to be the end of the show. Hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully, I didn't do too bad. Those guys are so easy to talk to, especially knowing them beforehand really helped me out. But make sure you stay tuned. There's a lot more going on here at the EXP Expo. I'll see you next time.
One of the cool things about my job being the executive producer here at the EXP is that I get to force people like Jay, who like to be behind the scenes, to do stuff like that, which is essentially talk to his friends about books that he already loves and get to see him come out of his shell a little bit and do that. So big ups to Jay. Big thanks to Mike and Scott and Alan from Bad Bug for being here. And, this week has, kind of presented a little bit of a challenge for me. And this is a good setup for our next guest because I've been so focused on putting this event together. I didn't know that one of the people I work closest with here had a Kickstarter running because I've been that blind to the world around me. Like, Dan goes, "Hey man, do you have any spots available for me to plug my Kickstarter?" And I go, "You have a Kickstarter? Shut up." And he goes, "Yeah, have you not seen it on my social?" Bro, I haven't been on social media. And so I immediately went and backed it because it's Dan and he's my buddy. And I said, "We're going to have you on the expo and we'll get you on Talking Shop to promote your Kickstarter." And then Dan calls me and goes, "Dude, I'm going to the hospital." And I go, "Oh no." So he put me in contact with our next guest, who I think we're going to be fast friends because we're from the same part of the world. So we're in the same level of torture right now that is the weather. And he put me in contact with our next guest to talk about not only Dan's project, but all the other projects that this publisher is bringing to the table. So ladies and gentlemen, without me rambling any further, let me introduce you to Dustin Brunel, the editor and person held responsible for Ethereal Comics. How's it going, buddy?
How's it going, Kyle? Thanks for having me, man.
Thank you for being here. Go ahead.
You're cutting out again, dude. Just letting you know.
No. Maybe I'm just overmodulating because I'm not having any of the frame drop issues I had earlier. Let's see if the audio is better.
Right on.
We'll see how it goes. But hopefully I can freeze and you could just keep talking because here's the the less I talk, the happier the rest of the world is. So let's start here. You are the editor, or you're the person responsible for Ethereal Comics, right?
Yes, sir. I am CEO and chief of Ethereal Publications.
Give us your origin story. How did you get into comics and how did Ethereal come to exist?
Ethereal was wild how it all went down. I owned a comic shop for a couple years in Jacksonville, Florida. And when my parents reached out to me and they were like, "Hey, you haven't lived near us in 20 years, want to read around the grandchildren, all that jazz." I moved up to Tennessee, which is where we're all freezing right now. When I got to Tennessee, my uncle died. And at the time, it seemed prudent to write a eulogy. And I put the eulogy up on Facebook. And when I did, my buddy Bud Root saw it and was like, "Dude, you need to write comic books." And I was like, "Man, I can't write comic books. You know what I mean? I don't know shit about writing comic books." So I reached out to another friend of mine who I've always held in high regard, Mike DeBalfo. And I was like, "Hey, man, do you think this shit'd work?" And he was like, "I'm real surprised you hadn't been doing it already." So I wrote a book called The Listener. We're on issue like 4, 5.
I don't know if I'm the one frozen or if Dustin is the one frozen. So there we go.
And after that, it just kind of blew up. You know, issue 2 went out, issue 3 went out. And then we put out a book called Babes, Gore, and Dinosaurs. And Babes, Gore, and Dinosaurs changed the ethereal world. Like, it made it, it brought it to life, if you will. We went from, you know, a few people knowing who we were to thousands of people knowing who we were. And after that, man, it just went.
I like the idea of the endorsement that got you to do this was Mike DeBalfo. Am I the one frozen, or is Dustin the one frozen, guys? Let me know in the comments. Oh, there he is.
Maybe it's me that's getting dropped and not you, because it's crazy weather.
I think it's your frame rate, man. We'll
the
just
weather's
work
nuts.
through it. We're good. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
yeah, it was. I mean, BGD got huge, and then we started doing stuff, man.
I think like I said, I think if your endorsement is Mike DeBalfo that tells you to do this thing, that's like basically having, you know, Pablo Picasso tell you should paint, right? Like,
right.
Mike is one of those guys. He knows his shit. So what? Like,
for sure. Yeah.
So
it was very, very cool to have that kind of endorsement.
Absolutely. So, Babes, Gore, and Dinosaurs. One, those are the things that you need on a cover of a comic to sell any comic. Like,
right.
Jim Shooter was wrong, or whoever said that is wrong. You don't have to have a pretty girl and a big gun. You got to have Babes, Gore, and Dinosaurs.
Right. For sure. The name, holy cow. When we were advertising it to start, it was like, we want to be honest with people. You know, that's what we want to, we just want to be honest with our books, you know?
Right. And I think there's something to be said for that, right? Like so many comics that operate sort of in that realm try to be kitschy, or they try to be a little, you know, innuendo-y.
Right.
You know, so it's gun honey. Okay, sure, we get it. It's a girl with a gun, but like you could just go like murder lady, and it was the same book.
Right. Absolutely. I don't think I started getting real creative with names until we started getting further into books. But I had walked past my wife and she was like, "You're doing chicks with big boobs, dinosaurs, and mad gore in these books. You know, what are you going to call it?" And it was just so easy. It was just like, it rolled right off the tongue. And most folks just call it BGD now. You know what I mean? They don't run through the whole name. But then Blade and Hunter and I had been working together for about a year at that point. And he was like, "What's next?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know." He was like, "Yeah, but you're on it. What's next? What are we doing next?" I was like, "All right." So I worked on a title with him called If It Hops. And If It Hops changed everything again. It was a huge, at that point, we were putting out 4 or 5 different titles at that point. We were about a year and a half in, and we put out If It Hops, and If It Hops changed the landscape again. You know, it was a book where people had never seen anything like that. And if they did, it was in private. You know what I mean? They were like, "Holy cow, it's a bunny chick and she's hot and we don't know how to feel about that." Dude, you have no idea how many emails I got about it when we first dropped the book. And we knew that the first thing people wanted to see was if we were going to do her nude. You know, that was the thing. Were you going to do it? First 2 pages, she's nude in her entirety for the first 2 pages of that book. First 3 pages. Because I wanted to get past that part. I wanted you to see it and enjoy it and know what you were getting. But now we're getting into storytelling. You know what I mean? And we're working on all this. And Agent C blew the world up, man. You know, she made things so very, very different for us as a company. and then it just went. I mean, there was, like I said, we're doing like 15 different IPs right now. We've got 85 different team members. Yeah, it's bananas, including Dan. We love Dan.
Yeah. Well, everybody loves Dan. Once you've met him, everybody loves him. But it's an interesting thing because I don't generally go in for the girls with big boobs and big guns books
Right.
until somebody says, "Hey, man, you know that book with the girl with the big boobs and big guns? Also, it's like a spy thriller and a mystery and all this kind of stuff." So when I look at those covers, I'm always like, okay, I'm looking for a rec, right? I'm looking
Yes.
for a recommendation. And the interesting thing about Ethereal, at least for me, was when Dan said I'm working with Ethereal Comics, I go, what do they do? What has Ethereal done? And he sends me a list. And the first thing I looked up was BGD.
Mm.
And upon looking into that and realizing, oh, it's not just
Right.
Abe's Guns and Dinosaurs, it's this whole other thing. Then it was If It Hops. Because I like animals doing people things.
Yeah, for sure.
And in this book, the animals are doing people things that takes you a minute to be okay with the animals doing, but you would expect if you just logically thought this through. And the story is so interesting.
I appreciate that.
So you told me before we went on, before earlier when we were talking, that you write most of these books.
I currently write all the Ethereal's titles except for Morgana Le Fay and the upcoming book Ascension Saga. Bladen Hunter, that's his first writing debut. He's very excited about it. And I was gung-ho to help him make that happen.
So you're
Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
You're working on 12 or 15 titles right now.
Absolutely.
And you're writing them all.
With the exception of those two, yeah.
Sure. So how do you brain that? How do you switch gears, right? How do you go from one to another to another?
So what I do is, having owned a comic shop, I always look at production like I would receive from Diamond. So I always give the artist 3 to 5 months to do a book. You know what I mean? Everybody has that much time because we have so many teams that it overlaps very well if I do it that way, and myself personally, though, what I'll do is I'll sit and I'll write 3 to 4 issues at a time, and I won't go back and touch that series until we're caught up. And then I'll go back and work on it again. But don't think I don't have to read all that shit again. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I literally have to go back and read all of it again to figure out. Like, a lot of people, when they put a script together, they write beginning to end, and they're prepared for their end. I write based on arc. I have no endings for our books, except for the Halloween series that we did this year, which was 3 issues. We've never done that before. So that was mad fun. We brought all the characters together in like a pocket universe, and they did their thing. It's a good time. But other than that, dude, there's sticky notes everywhere. There's, pages that I have like alarms set for to go back to. It's a lot, but it's a full-time job for me. So like, I constantly am like, all right, well, what do I want to work on Monday? What do I want to work on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so on and so forth. Unless there's a freight delivery, which is normally around about 18,000 books, 18 to 20 grand that come in. So I'm sitting and I'm going through, I do all the fulfillment myself, which everyone has tried to talk me out of, but I'm real anal about people getting books that are as great as they can possibly be. If you want the 9/8, if that's your deal, if you're going to grade for the 9/8, I want you to get your 9/8. I want you to get,
absolutely,
and I sign for free, which I still, to this day, I'm never going to charge somebody to sign a book. That's just not me. So I sit and I ask people when they do their orders if they want their books signed, and I sign their books before I send them out and whatever, but yeah, so that's about how I big brain all this shenanigans. And then I have an actual management team, which I'm very grateful for. I have an art director, I have a project manager, I have a lead editor. There's all kinds of folks that are like, hey, Jackass, did you take care of that? And I'm like, yeah, I got that one. You know what I mean? I've done this. But yeah, no, it's Ethereal. The best way to talk about how we handle it all is it's literally like a bullpen. Like it really is. If we were 30 years ago, we'd all be together in an office and it'd be filled with smoke.
Right.
That's just how it would be. And that's how we run it. Each team has its own leaders. Every piece of art used to be, art would come across my desk and I'd be like, that's amazing. Da, 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 da. Now I don't even see it till it's done. It goes through the art director. He goes yay or nay, because he's been working with me for so many years now that he's like, hey, does that work? And either he's going to tell him to change it or not, and we move forward.
The shipping that you mentioned and the way you treat books sounds like a byproduct that I have as well of trauma from Diamond.
Yes. Yeah, oh my God. You get boxes that are not even like it should not be
accordioned.
Shipped.
They're accordion. They're at a 45-degree angle.
Should not be shipped.
Oh yeah. No.
So
your 1 in 100's got a crease in it. Yeah.
Nah. And then they want to give you credit. They don't want to send you another one. They want to give you credit for the book. I'm all, especially because we order metals, we order foils, we order, everything under the sun. And our limited runs are, when we limit them, are like 1 to 10, 1 to 50. You know what I mean? So
right.
Like if we're going to do a 1 of 1, like what we're doing a giveaway for this campaign right now is we're doing, if you buy into the mystery box, which we do every campaign, you have you're put in automatically for a chance to get a 1 of 1 red metal Hibrin. Like we'll never print it again, and it's just going to be gorgeous, and that'll be your thing. You know what I mean? So everything that comes in has to be just right. I want you to be just as happy with your service as you are with the product you got. So I handle it all myself.
I like that. And I like the idea, of running it on as small a scale as possible while still having the output of a much larger company, because it lets you have that hands-on, face-to-face sort of care for your customers and your creatives.
Absolutely. Like I used to be like one-on-one basis with everybody that worked at Ethereal. I did. I loved it. I was a huge part of it. But now that we've gotten to this point where, like right now, when a freight delivery comes in, it'll take me 2 to 3 weeks by myself to get it all out. You know what I mean? So like the project manager will deal with everything else in between. She'll work with all the artists, bring on the artists, tell them their schedules, all that jazz. And again, I'm very, very grateful. I would not be able to do this without the amazing teams that we have.
So when you sit down to write a book, and I love the idea that you say you're going to sit down and write 3 or 4 issues at a time and then move on to the next book like a day job.
Hey, I'm going to reconnect. I'm going to reconnect my to my other service. So give me
You're
1
good, second. Man. You're good. While Dustin is doing that, I want to take a minute and say it's scrolling in the bottom of the screen. Follow Ethereal Comics everywhere at Ethereal Comics. And then in the comments over there in the chat is a link to Morgana, the Morgana Le Fay comic. And that is the book that Dan is working on. So tinyurl.com/Morgana comic is where you can go and you can support the Kickstarter project that Dan is currently working on. And we're probably going to get into more of the Morgan Le Fay sort of mythology and pathos and all of that kind of stuff a little bit later. But I want to point you at that. It's over on the other side of Dustin on my screen. In the chat, click the link and then spend the money. And if you can't afford to spend the money, we all understand that everybody has budgets and stuff. Share. If you can't
I did
support
get it
with your
reconnected,
dollars,
so we're
yeah. If you can't support with your dollars, support with your share button.
yes, please,
It
absolutely.
has been my catchphrase this weekend, and as my catchphrase always, share, 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 share. So what I was about to ask is, you sit down to write 3 or 4 issues at a
Mhm.
time, which I like that. It's let me give a hunk of this done, and then I can wait 3 or 4 months before I have to touch it
Yep.
again.
Yep.
Let me get this next hunk done, and then I love that idea. Do you at this point write with the artists on these projects in mind, or
That's
do
how I
you?
always go at it. It
Okay.
always is the artist in mind. Like, if I won't write the story until I have an artist that I want to do the book. And most of the time, our art director will be like, "Hey, look," or Bladen Hunter will be like, "Hey, Dustin, let's look for an artist. I know you've got a project you want to work on. Let's start looking now." So we'll start looking a few months in advance about or we'll just use somebody. Again, we've got 80 something team members now. So we'll be like, "Hey, who do you think fits this?" And I constantly am one to bring on new talent. When I say new, though, generally it's talent that's been around.
Right.
When we first started, it was very, very indie. It was very, very indie, because that's what we could afford at the time. And now it's, we try to make sure we're bringing the very most we can to you, the absolutely best talents we can. So I'll sit and I'll look at a guy or a gal's artwork for, a couple days, and then I'll be like, all right, I think they're right for this project. This is the direction I wanted to go. And I mean, hell, it can change if if they decide they want to run a certain way. I'm not like, I don't hover, so if they've got an idea, we can run with their idea. I always give them artist expression and the freedom to work how they would like to work on a project.
Do you script everything out, or are you a little more Marvel method, or what does that look like?
So when I started this, I was to the letter, man, to the letter. Everything needed to be like this. Panels need to be out like this. I want it to look exactly like this. Like, I want this eyeball to fling from this panel to that panel. And I got to the point where I just started writing like I was writing a story to the artist. I would tell them what I wanted on the page, but not how they needed to apply that knowledge to the page. And then I was having a conversation. I wish I could remember. I tell the story a lot. I wish I could remember who was talking to me about it. They were from Marvel. They've been with Marvel many years. And I really wish I could remember that dude's name. But he was like, "Can you hear your characters?" And I remember going, "What are you talking about? Can I hear my characters?" And it was such a huge thing for me when I sat down after that. It was right about when we wrote the first issue of Babes Going Dinosaurs. And I did not do any of the dialogue until I got Bladen's line work in. And I did the dialogue after the fact. And it was such a huge difference for me as a writer, because I wrote how I wanted to see their faces, their reactions, and what the concepts were of the moment. But when I started getting into, hey, it's Mike. Love Mike. He's a good dude. But we had literally gone in and just started putting in dialogue, and it was like, if you work with talented individuals that have been doing this, they know where your letter is going to put a bubble. They know how to guide your eye across a page. They know not to turn a character at a certain angle or it makes a panel goofy. You know what I mean? It's something that, it's very, I think, I'm not going to say unique to me because someone told me how to do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I think that it's one of those things where it makes the whole production better for me, coming from me. But no, it's batshit crazy until it gets down on the paper, man. Like, it's wild.
And I there's something to be said for that, because so many of the people we talk to are like, so what I do is I plot it out a year and a half in advance, and then I do postcards and note cards and post-it notes and all these things. And it doesn't feel like a lot of people are just writing and creating almost as an act of release.
Right.
It's like, it's almost like it's too much. Sometimes you think too much, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And you can get in your own way. And it feels like the way you work, you're waiting until you have an artist to work with. You're not really worried about dialogue until you see the line art in that regard. So you can hear your character voices. And then you're kind of figuring out, okay, how does this have to go?
Yeah.
You have your story, but like, I like the idea of writing as a release as opposed to writing as a mechanism.
So I'll give you a perfect example. We had our Theater 7 is one of our most popular books. And Theater 7, the artwork is done by Devin Massey, and the colors are done by Dan Kemp. And I had been doing comics for about a year and a half when Devin had reached out to me. And I'm a huge, again, Bloodroot's a buddy of mine. I'm a big fan of Cave Woman. So when Devin reached out and was like, hey, look, we should do stuff, I was like, we should do stuff. I don't even know what to think. You've called me on the phone and I'm about to pee myself. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, great dude. Absolutely great dude. Him and his brother both. But when we started doing Theater 7, he was like, I want you to write locker room humor. And I was like, my face gets red, because even though we call it Babes, Gore, and Dinosaurs at the time, it made sense. The nudity in Babes, Gore, and Dinosaurs makes sense. We weren't writing porn, you know what I mean? So it made sense to the story. Same thing with If It Hops, and up to that point, I had never written a comedy. So I was very much like, I don't know what to do. But when this guy calls you and says he wants to work, you work, So we put together Theater 7, which is a spoof on 90s movies and films, with the exception of Return to the Future, which is, again, a spoof on Back to the Future. But we used that to introduce the character Penny and what Penny would be like. So in hand with that, I have there's a lot of spontaneity with what we do. I'll put together a book, and I'm not to toot my own horn, but I'll put together a story and the beta readers will like it. You know what I mean? And it's one of those things where I'm not good at a shit ton of things in life, but I'm pretty good at this,
Right.
So if they like it, I immediately run to the artist and I'm like, let's go. This is we're going to run it like this. You're going to enjoy it, whatever. But he kept going, go further down the rabbit hole of the humor, the locker room humor. And me being like, oh my God, but I'm working with two of the, most amazing dudes that have ever done it at the time, and still working with those guys, love them. But it was like, I wanted them to be able to take pride in the product too, so
Right.
if one of them reached out and was like, hey, let's change a color, or let's move this, or let's do that, I immediately am like, yes, cool, I'm down. I'm never one of those people that puts together a story and is like, you don't have a say. If you tell me that you feel like Penny would act like this, let's run Penny acting like this, because that's what people want to see. That's what people enjoy, but having a guy that's been doing lewd humor for 20 something years guide you through it, is phenomenal.
Right.
We got compared to Cherry the other day, and I about had a heart attack. You know what I mean? Like a modern day Cherry. I was just like, wow, look, we really appreciate that. That's high praise, so that's how we do it.
And that was something I was going to ask you about, because I'm looking through ethereal-comics.com,
Mhm.
the website, and I'm scrolling and I'm looking at some of this art, and I see some big influences here. Your J. Scott Campbell's, your
Mhm.
Michael Turner's, some of these guys who have clearly influenced the artists you're working with, and
For sure.
it's incredible. But then I'm reading some of the descriptions of the books under the titles tab, and I'm going, oh, there is a definite influence of the underground sort of alt comic scene,
Mhm.
like Cherry Pop Tart and some of these books that are like that, but also some of the creator owned, again, Mike DeBalfo or Ebass or some of these
Yeah.
guys. I see a real strong Big Dog Ink influence.
I'm not going to say
least in the art.
blessed, but I was brought into comics by a group of cats, and you can see the group of cats that I've worked with. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where all these folks that I was around influenced me. You know what I mean? Ali Garza, Mike DeBalfo, you know, all these cats had influences on me as a creator and as a person, you know? So yeah, so their influence is definitely around. I was a big Ninja Turtles fan, you know, I was a big Cadillacs and Dinosaurs fan, you know, Dinosaurs for Hire, you know, Star Wars, all these things I was huge fans of. And I always wanted to do the books that we do for adults. I wanted to reach out to the guys that have been reading comics 30 something years, as long as I have, you know, and be able to bring you, hey, look, yes, the interview before us with Bad Bug talked about not doing a superhero book. 4 years ago, I said I'd never do one. I'm still never going to do one. It's not a thing about I don't like superhero books. It's not like that. It's me as a person. I think we've all seen Cape books. You know, we've seen them, and so many incredible people have done them for so long that every time I were to go to create one, it would be something like something someone else had already done, and I didn't want that, in any way, shape, or form. You know, so the stories that we do are, man, we try to be about as original as they come. But like we've got There Be Shadows, and There Be Shadows has been a ton of fun working with Donnie. And that's also got Dan Kemp on colors on that book. I wanted to do a nod to all the stories that we heard as children, you know, that Disney had copped and done their own versions of. Big Dog Ink had done, Zenoscope had done, but I wanted to do it so different. I wanted a different take on it. Like the main character of There Be Shadows is Hook, you know, as a child, you know, and how he gets involved in all these different things, you know, and his best friend is Mr. Smee, Jonathan Smee, you know, and what they go through as children, and how, like, our first villain is Peter Pan, you know, and it's a very nasty take on the game of tag, you know, and losing one's soul and how fairies are made and all kinds of other stuff like that, you know, and it's got the ethereal spice, just like all of our other books do, but it's something that you can be familiar with and enjoy in your own way and be like, yeah, Big Dog did it. They did. Love Tom. I've known Tom for years, you know, and same thing with Zenoscope. I was a big fan of Zenoscope before they went Hollywood. You know what I mean? Then it was different because I didn't know anybody then. Right. Like I grew up with the cats that now aren't there no more. You know, and they all influenced me, and I love that can be seen because I'm proud to know them. You know, as people.
But that was going to be my next question. Is I see these influences, but you are going a decidedly unique direction with those influences and doing different things. Like the character design for Frog Legs, the lead character there that we see on the webpage, Celine. The eyes are so like they're captivating.
Right. Yeah.
That the rest of it almost doesn't matter, right? Like, so it's a very different spin on something that, again, we could see the influences. So when you come up with an idea, again, like I'm looking at Frog Legs, which is a unique idea. I've never heard in a comic pitch like the one I just read on the website. Yeah. Can you tell everybody the pitch for Frog Legs? And then the question I want to ask is, when you come up with this idea, what is your first step? Do you do character design? Do you do plot points?
I don't do any designs anymore. And that started with Frog Legs. I character designs were something Again, I like the artists to have their own influence. I don't ever like a project to just be my project or just be Ethereal's project. I like it to be, if we're working together, it's our project. You know, you helped me create this project. I give you an idea, you run with the idea, and then we'll tweak it together. You know, as far as Frog Legs was my first take on a love story. I'd never written one. You know, it was very new to me. And but it in terms of like storytelling, I had read a book when I owned a shop. It was like 2016. Book came out and it was called Voracious. And I had never read anything like it, ever. And I pitched the shit out of that book. And every time someone walked in the store, you got to check this out. I love indie books. Check this out. And I sold out of that book every time it came in. You know, that and Animosity were my highest selling books ever, just because I pitched them all the time. And so I wanted to do a fun book with cooking involved, you know, and I like voodoo. I think voodoo is very interesting. And I also am a huge fan of, that goes back to The Listener, which I mentioned before. The Listener was a long drawn out thing, but it's a tied in world to The Listener. It's tied into Greed. But it's very spiritual. You know, when I do a character for those books, I research, I work on things like when the dialogue for Frog Legs, I took like a 15-hour course on Creole to even begin to try to figure out how I would write the dialogue for that book, you know, because I wanted to be true to it and not disrespectful, because we all grew up knowing Gambit was great, right? Until you found out that that wasn't really how people talked. Then you were just like, well, shit, thanks Marvel for giving us a great character, you know? And I loved that, but I wanted to be as accurate to how people spoke today as I could possibly be. You know, don't get me drunk, because we'll have conversations and it'll be mad funny. But Celine is basically, Bastion opens this restaurant, girl comes in, looks for a job, you know, girl meets boy type of thing to begin with the story, you know. But then all kinds of weird stuff starts happening around the restaurant. He starts seeing snakes. He starts hearing voices. And it turns out that she is like the big voodoo of that area in Louisiana, you know. But she's fallen in love with this dude because he didn't come on to her the first time they met. You know, it was like they've had actual conversations as people. So now she's in love with him as a person. But she's very forward and he's not. You know, he's very much like, hey, hold on. You know, we don't need to go into all that right yet, you know. But then you start adding the different things like cats, the white cats and stuff. You start adding the bog witches. You start adding the different elements to this story that make it not just a love story, but an interesting thing for the guys and gals that like their action-oriented books. You know, now you've got the second issue introduces Delphine, who is a bog witch who's using women to de-age, if you will. Like, she steals their life force to become younger. So it's up to Celine to figure out how this is going on, how she can stop it. And then we get into like the court, you know, the court of, you know, Louisiana, like the actual like beings that run the show and voodoo and stuff. So ton of fun, big action, you know. It was the farthest in nudity I'd ever gone in a book. We actually have two labels. We have a blue label and a red label. The red label is just starting up real heavy this year, but until this point it had been art books from the artists, you know, that were a little bit more, you know, mature than anything that we'd done to this point. And Frog Legs kind of twists the world a little bit with that. Just because I got so into it that I was like, hey, this makes sense, run the scene. You know what I mean? And again, my influences are always telling me to push it that much further. You know, go further than you had intended to. People like that. Go forward. And I'm like, okay, cool. You know, again, if, you know, whether it's colors or storytelling, when you come to colors, it's like Dan's been doing colors for I mean, starting on the very first issues of Spawn, you know what I mean, and Spider-Man and shit. So if he tells me, hey, look, Dustin, this would be a good color for this, I go, yeah, fuck, let's go that color, you know, run that.
Right.
You know, same thing with the line work. You know what I mean? If any of the cats that have been going for a long time are like, hey, look, maybe you should change this cover or change this page, I do. And you can start seeing that evolution from when we were broke as dirt putting out our first couple issues to now, you know, where we are now, you know, pulling headliners for every cover. You know, it makes a big difference, and the fans enjoy it. And I'm glad to be able to, I call people friends, and people didn't understand that when it started. We've been calling them that for about a year and a half. And that's friends and fans, because I'm very open to people, and I'm always available to people. And like, I've got that open door policy. So it's like, fans makes you sound like an arrogant prick. And I would rather you be my friend and enjoy my product than be a fan.
I have a friend who calls it family.
See, I love that. That's dope.
Yeah, I love it too. And it's true, because if you're going to crowdfund, which y'all do, you have to have that relationship with your friends or your fan, you know, your family.
Yeah.
Or how, you know, and otherwise you run the risk of not being around very long if you don't maintain those relationships.
Do you remember back in the day, McFarlane would put those little areas in the back of the Spawn books that you could write into and ask questions and stuff?
Yes.
I wanted people to have a 24/7 element to do that whenever they wanted. And that's what we've given folks. We've given people the ability to reach out and talk whenever they want, you know, or if you want a piece of original artwork. Dude, I couldn't afford original artwork till I was in my 30s. You know what I mean? So it was like, if I can sell you an original page for $125, I'm going to sell you an original page. You know, I would rather you have the content and enjoy it than it sit in a box or a folder, or, you know what I mean? It's so important to build those relationships with people.
Right.
Because let me tell you, this is the hardest. I worked for the government for 13 years. This is the hardest job I've ever had in my entire life. It really is the hardest job I've ever had. And it's not because the work is difficult or anything like that. I love the work. I love doing what I'm doing. But it's because it's taxing on your mind. It's like, you're writing a story. Well, yes, I get into it. I'm part of it. The tears, the wins, the losses, you know what I mean? There are moments when you wake up and you're like, shit, that is tough. You know what I mean? Right. And when a fan or a friend reaches out and is like, hey, look, dude, I enjoyed that. I really like where you're going with this. It becomes like the Red Bull commercial, you know, the friends will give you wings, you know what I mean? And it just becomes powerful. You know, I don't know any other way to explain how amazing it feels for people to be like, hey, when's the next issue? I really enjoyed this. You know, it's something.
Let's pivot a little bit to Morgana Le Fay. Now, I know the Morgan Le Fay sort of Marie Laveau, all of that kind of mythos. But, and I don't want to give away any of the book, because I know that Dan is a meticulous researcher when he writes.
Absolutely.
It's part of why we like, I don't know. He probably hasn't told you the story of how we got involved together, but he was doing some work for Dynamite, doing some Dynamite novels and stuff. And we needed somebody to do comic book reviews with me. Yeah. And, you know, Dan came on one time, and we after we were doing the show, we were talking about, you know, he had just had a video where he broke down the psychological traits of the Riddler.
Oh, wow.
And the Joker and these Batman villains, and how, like, he analyzed them from a psychological standpoint, like a therapist would.
Right.
And I watch these videos and I go, oh, the amount of research this man has done is unparalleled. And so he started talking about doing the programming on the experience of, hey, man, can you be our deep dive guy?
For sure.
Can you do a show where we're doing Echo is coming out from Marvel? Can you research and talk about the things people need to know about Echo to be able to fully understand the show?
Yeah.
And then I remembered reading 30 Days of Night and the backup stories he did on 30 Days of Night.
Yep.
Oh, this is that same dude. And the Sinbad stories at Zenoscope that he did.
Yep.
And it all starts to fall into place. I'm going, oh, okay. And so I started kind of bugging about, hey man, when are you putting out more work? When are you writing something? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
How can I lighten your burden with us so that you can go make me something I want to read? Right?
Yeah. I was blown away by that.
Mm-hmm.
That the way that he comes to a project.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember April had reached out to me and was like, hey, you need to hire my friend Dan. And April is my project manager. I've worked with her for the past 3.5, 4 years now. And I remember going, well, if you think he's a good writer, I'm sure he's a good writer. You know what I mean? So I start looking up all these projects and I'm like, I know that. I know this. This is great. You know, and
Right.
He goes, well, that's why we hired him on as a lead editor as well, because he was like, he goes, I've got this idea for a book I want to write. I've been wanting to do it for a while. And I was like, okay, well, what is it? You know, I mean, I don't have time to write anymore. You know what I mean? I'm writing so many things. What do you got going on? And that's why we had started looking for writers as well, because it was like, we want to continue to push more product, you know, and go from 2 books a month to 3 books a month by August of this year. So I was like, well, what do you want to write about? You know? And he was like, oh, I want to write about, you know, Morgana. And I was like, cool, look, I'm a big fan of fantasy, but I don't know a lot about the mythos of all that, because it's a very deep rabbit hole once you start running down it. And what people do or do not believe about Merlin, or, you know, the Knights of the Round and all this stuff. And as cool as it was, I didn't have the time to do research on it or to be, you know, enough knowledgeable enough to assist, you know. And he sends me this script and I was like, holy shit, print that. You know what I mean? This is amazing. Because I was going at it and from an editorial perspective, and I was just going to give him some notes. I knew he was a great writer. I wasn't trying to step on his toes, but as soon as I read it, I was like, I don't need to touch shit. Let's just, you know, make that go. It's gorgeous.
No notes, right?
None. No notes. Let's go. And we started putting it together, and he goes, I got a buddy that I was supposed to do a project years ago for Zenoscope, and I didn't get to do it. I was wondering if we can bring him on. His name is Renzo Rodriguez. And I was like, yeah, okay. Let me look up the guy's artwork. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, now he would have been above what I could have done, you know, 3.5 years ago. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because like I said, as we progress, our level of talent grows and everything else, you know.
Right.
But I was like, man, that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. You know, and he just starts, he was like, Dustin, I'm going to do the first like 4 pages. I had to wait till December because we started talking in September. He couldn't start work till December. And I was like, all right, well, I got the, you know, the script. Whenever you're ready, send it to you, yada, yada. And it was gorgeous. It was absolutely gorgeous. It was like these 2 dudes were meant to work together from the get.
Right.
You know, and it was like, well, what do we do to make, you know, help Dan get seen more, you know, because he's so talented, you know, and he knows everything like the back of his hand. If he's going to do a project, best believe he can speak it in like 4 different languages before he starts writing it.
Right.
You know, and it's absolutely amazing to watch him put something together. So if you're a fan of Dan Wickline, you know, this is not the only book that Ethereal is doing with Dan. So we got Crimson Sails are coming out next, and I think you guys are really going to enjoy that. That's like a gender bent pirate thing. So that Dan and I worked on together. But this particular book, I remember vividly reading the script so many times and just being blown away. If you guys are looking, I'll say this: we have a couple different types of fans. We have the fans that pick up the books, that love the covers, that are flipping the books. You know, we have the fans that are looking to slab it and keep it on a wall because they love the cover art. And then we've got the fans that read the books. You know, if you enjoy the stories that we put out, Dan is bringing a whole new level to what we bring out. And I think it's phenomenal. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
So we were reading Red Sonja, and they did a Red Sonja story where she encounters Merlin.
Yes.
And we would do these reviews, and then we go off the air, and Dan goes, "That's not how I'm going to do it." And I go, "Wait, what do you mean?" And he goes, I didn't say that out loud." You know, like, he's like, "I can't really talk about it." I'm like, "Bro, really?
Yeah.
You're just gonna leave me like that? You're just gonna leave me hanging?" And so I'm excited for the book. So let's talk a little bit about a Kickstarter. There are some really cool tiers that are available
Yes,
for you to back at. You know, including like 15. The book is $15.
Yes.
For any of the main covers, and then you get a little bit spicier covers, and then a little bit spicier covers, and a little bit. And you have these different packages. But the project is already funded.
Yes. Our projects fund with, so I pay ahead of time for the projects to get done.
Right.
So what you guys are I'm effectively paying myself back every time we do a project.
Sure.
And so like, and I love it. And I'm so grateful for the fans. We normally fund within the first 15 minutes for our books. And people ask about the price tag at $15. I'm going to say something, and I say it from the bottom of my heart. It is, we put together the best physical product that you're going to get out right now. We don't use newspaper stock. We use very heavy stock, and that's not just the cover. That's the entire book. The entire book is on amazing stock. And then not only that, but it's 24 to 32 pages full color. Every issue. Doesn't matter if it's $14, whatever. Every single issue you get from material is 24 to 32, and the price is not going to change.
Right.
So, like, a lot of people are like, well, if we want to get a Hibrin cover, right? Hibrin is probably one of the higher price range artists in the indie world right now, and I love Hibrin. He's an amazing human. But the cover for you is still going to be $14.99.
Right.
I have no interest in changing things like that.
Well, and the thing about it is when I go on Kickstarter and I see prices, I don't really question them. Right. It's because you're getting your value, right? And again,
Absolutely.
we're supporting the people we like. So we're supporting Dan, we're supporting Ethereal Comics, we're supporting you. So all of that, you know, whereas Marvel can charge $5 for a book, they're also printing 100,000 copies, and you know they're doing other things, and you have to pay so that the people you love, can make the things you love.
Absolutely. Hey Dan, I hope you're doing well, brother.
Go back to bed.
Right. You know, I am blown away by things like that. I'm blown away by the fans. Because when we started doing, like when you scroll down, there are people working on this project that blow my mind and have blown my mind for years. You know, Nia Rufino is on this book. You know what I mean? She's an amazing human. You know, she really is a great person, incredibly talented. You know, I remember when we started doing covers, everybody on the team was clamoring to work on this book because we all saw the script and it's gorgeous. I mean, Dan is incredible. So if anything, if you can take away anything from this particular project, just know the guy's a class act and a great writer. And we're very, very proud of him.
This is where I was heading, is exactly what Mike's saying. What I really love is that I can pick the cover I want based on the artist and then buy a pack.
Yes, sir.
of these books, right? So I get the not that risque cover, the risque cover, maybe the super spicy cover,
Mhm.
all, and I can get it all. For
You could also do that
30
in
or
the same.
45 or
Yeah,
whatever.
you could also do that with all very risques if you felt like it.
Sure.
Like instead of getting, three $15 books, you could get three $20 books for that 45. You know what I mean? And I think
Oh,
that's
absolutely.
something that Mike, we love Mike. But it's funny because it's become a staple for us, that particular tier. We've been doing it since like the first 3 books, and folks have really enjoyed that. So that's, a staple to the campaigns that we do for sure.
Yeah, I just love the idea of, I'm a big fan of the what we're calling it, the E cover,
Okay.
which is the Omar
Yeah.
Zaldivar cover.
Yeah.
Did I say that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like, that cover is the depth and the just everything about it is perfect. So if I can
So
get
much
that
fun.
cover in 4 or 5 different versions, how cool is that going to look framed and hanging up?
Yes.
That's
They are.
that's the thing that really is driving this for me, that I think this is a really genius idea.
I appreciate that. The Zaldivars are incredibly talented dudes. Their biggest claim right now to fame is they do a lot of coffin work. So you'll see them a lot on La Muerta and stuff like that. It's good shit,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, it's really dope. And I'm just scrolling through, and there's so many different cool options here for you if you're a cover collector. So there are a couple of stretch goals unlocked. You get a sticker, and I already forgot what the second one was here.
I think it
A
was the
trading
mini
card.
print one. Trading card, right on.
Yeah. But like, extra pages are not
Yeah.
that far off, right? We're about
No, sir.
$150 from extra pages. That's 10 of you just going and buying the regular covers, right? At $15, like, get you extra pages. Even still not that far off is the mini print and some of this kind of stuff. So as things grow, because it's funded already, if you back this project now, you're just essentially buying extra stuff. Like,
That's it.
you're basically getting this extra stuff for free at this point.
Yeah.
Because
Like pages,
it's already funded.
Pages were something that I started pushing a couple years ago, because I was like, you know what? I have so much else I want to show you. I have so much else I want to, like, get into with you guys, story wise. And like the pages, most of the pages that come out for the additional pages, we do like first appearances and stuff. So you don't have to wait to the next issue to find out what's about to happen. We throw it in there. We're like, man, look, these are the first groups of people to pick up the book. They should be praised for picking up the book. So we're going to go in and, 6 pages is a lot. And if you look at it, that's, a quarter of what you're getting in a normal 24 page book. So we're going at it, and we're giving you a whole nother, halftime or a quarter of a football game, or whatever you enjoy, at no additional cost. And I love those because it supports the artists in a big way as well. Because that whole starving artist thing, man, that's real talk. You know what I mean? So if I can go, here's an extra $500 this month, that's a big deal for people. And again, because we release books so frequently, like several of our artists don't have to have other jobs. Like, they don't have to, because they're working on 3 ethereal projects at a time. So their mortgage is getting paid, they're getting taken care of, and whatever. And again, the more that we help them, the more they're able to in turn give us amazing product, to show people. So
I think that's great. And that's one of the things I've been saying, is that even if you're hitting the share button, that's great. You're backing with your dollars, that's great. Supporting the creators who you love with your money means they can make more of the stuff you like.
Absolutely.
Without having to go get a job working in a factory somewhere.
Yes, for sure.
Or Durf Backdurf tells a story of, while he was writing his first book, he was a garbage man.
Yeah. That's
And
the real thing.
Then he wrote a killer book about his time as a garbage man and won a bunch of awards for that thing. So it's this idea of being able to unlock these things by backing and pushing and pushing and pushing means that more people are making more quality product. And I love that. So
yes, sir.
we have just a couple minutes left. So I want to remind everybody at Ethereal Comics, literally everywhere. Scrolling at the bottom, it's on Dustin's tag there. And then in the comments, we have the link for the Morgana Le Fay Kickstarter. Go back that. Otherwise, Dan will never get out of the hospital if we don't. They'll have to check him in for depression after. No, I'm kidding. Only because he's here and he's talking about being hungry, and my pizza's not here yet, and I'm also hungry.
No, I get that. It's funny, the little things, right? The little things that people talk about. Like when it comes to backing a project or supporting your favorite artist or whatever, right? So we're working on a couple huge things in the background, and this is exclusive for you. So I haven't really talked about this. We're working on an indie film. We're working on a large-scale animated television show, and they're all things that are happening because of the extra dollar or the extra $5. Like if you look, like right now we're in 21 countries, 17 different stores, 21 countries around the world. It's amazing. And it's all because of people that are sharing or backing or being like, did you see that cover that I got? It's dope, but we've moved into other things and other forms of media because of the fans and because of the people that are the stores that sell the products, and we're very, very grateful. We've got a, like I said, an indie film that we're all working on right now. And we just, we got a letter of representation from one of the biggest animation studios in the world right now. And, I'll just drop a little thing saying they're currently working on He-Man on Netflix, and it looks great. So watch He-Man if you get the opportunity. But we're very grateful, and we're very grateful to do the shows and stuff. I love the fact that I got to come in impromptu and hang out, and I appreciate it. Because I haven't done a show. Oh my gosh, it's probably been 8 or 9 months, other than my own. Because it's one of these things where we want to be in front of people and we want to meet new folks, because that's marketing is huge, and just thank you, man. Thank you so very much for offering to have my friend Dan on, and he's your friend too. So I love that, and to even, read our, our funny mags a little bit, man. We appreciate it.
I always love discovering new publishers that I didn't know and discovering new creators that I didn't know and all of that kind of stuff. The last time Dustin did a show, he had short hair.
Yes.
So
I actually probably did have short hair the last time I did a show.
So guys, follow and hit share. And then we're definitely going to talk more about Morgana Le Fay, Dan's project, with Dan when he's well. And we're going to have Dustin back on and everybody else back on to talk more about these ethereal projects. But before we go, because we do need to wrap up here, I like to ask everybody a couple of questions they can't possibly be prepared for. And so my first question is, do you have a favorite Pokemon?
I do. Charizard has been my favorite Pokemon since I was in 5th grade.
And then because I know Dan's hungry and I'm hungry, you walk into a deli or a bodega or something. What's your go-to sandwich order?
Oh, man. So it's gotta be a Reuben. Like, it's gotta be a Reuben.
We're going to have to get you up to this direction to Motor City or something for a convention, and I'll take you for the best Reuben you ever had.
Man, I'm about it. I'm so excited. Actually, you guys will get to see us. If you're in Hawaii, you'll get to see us in November. We'll be over there doing Amazing Hawaii. We've got a bunch of shows coming up.
Shout out to the J Brothers, by the way.
Oh man, shout out, man. You know, they're in our thoughts right now. We're sorry they had to move their show, but you know what? It's going to be phenomenal. So we can't wait to see them. They're great folks. They also do Amazing Vegas if you guys get the opportunity. Love those guys to pieces. And all their newer babies and whatnot. They're great folks.
Yeah.
But no, we're all over the country. You know, you can book us just about anywhere. We want to come to your shows. We want to come to your stores. Like I said, we're in 17 stores around the world right now. We're always wanting to get into more, and we bring our cosplayers and we bring our writers and we bring our artists. So hopefully we'll be in Phoenix this year. I'd love to do Phoenix again. That's a beautiful show. So if you guys get the opportunity, make sure you go to Phoenix Comic-Con. It's another great one.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Dustin, for being here. Thank you, everybody who's here watching. Hang out. We are going to transition from our interview portion of the morning to our sales portion of the morning. So if you're on Instagram, hop over to YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter, because that's where we're going to be doing the sales portion of the show. We're coming up with another indie creator, but he's also a comic book dealer. Kicking It with Onrie is next with Onrie Compen right after these messages here on the EXP Expo. Thank you, Dustin.
Thank you, sir.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
You know, it really helps when you do these transitions if you put yourself on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the man who doesn't know the meaning of the word decaf is waiting in the backstage area, even though I just woke him up a little bit ago to remind him that he had a show to do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Kicking It with Onrie.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Kickin' It with Onrie live shopping show. I'm your host, Onrie Compen, and we're here today to do a hair-banging show. I got some really cool promo books that I picked out. If you guys saw the little promo pics that we put up online a couple hours ago, if you're on my newsletter, you know what books we have for sale, and they're hot. I expect them all to go today, and if not, they're going to go at some point this week. But one way or another, they are going to sell. I also curated a really beautiful dollar bin box, 2 of them as a matter of fact. We're going to get to that. But first, we're going to go through our bottom row books. These are our more primo books. And if you spend $25 with me right now, you get to spin the wheel, and you're going to win something no matter what. And if you spend $50 with me, you get free shipping on your order. That's within, as long as you're located within the United States. Oh, also, if you shopped with me at all this week and your invoices are paid up, your stuff's been shipped out. So today is kind of like our Monday. Normally I broadcast on Monday through Wednesday, but this week I'm going to be heading out to MegaCon for our first convention of the year. And also we're going to be debuting Wickline number 2, the Noir edition, which features a cool cover by Fabrice Sapolsky. So you guys will be able to pick those up if you're at the convention. Our pre-order window is closed, so we are basically done selling the books or offering the books on live sales and everything like that, because we're going to take the rest of our books and put them up on Kickstarter. There is going to be only 150 copies of the Noir edition printed, and then that's it. And this book is going to rock your world. It's going to rock your socks off. All right, let's start off with the first book that we have for sale this afternoon. We have Hulk number 6. This is the first full-on appearance of the Titan Hulk. He actually makes his first appearance in issue 3, and it's kind of like that Wolverine 180, 181, like where's his first appearance? The speculators, they think it's issue 3. There was a big debate about this when the book came out, which I think was in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. This is a really, really great Hulk run. Basically what happens here is Bruce Banner takes control of the Hulk's body and starts piloting it like a starship. So not only are you seeing a new version of the Hulk, which is basically what happens when the Hulk gets a Hulk, that's Titan. But there's a lot of stuff happening here. Hulk is going through multiple dimensions. There's all kinds of crazy stuff happening here. It's written by Donny Cates, who has written some pretty stellar runs on other books, and I rather enjoyed his Hulk. And you also got artwork here by Ryan Otley. Otley is an incredible artist. He was also the guy who illustrated Invincible. I think he's a co-creator too, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, we have Hulk number 6 here, going for just $10 right now. Key book, $10. And I'm going to check the comments real quick. I see we got some comments from Tori and Chris. Yeah, I know you've been waiting here. You are my official sidekick. Chris is my legal sidekick. All right, got it. All right, next book we have here is a Alien variant here. This is really cool. It's Alien number 9. It's a variant, like I said. It looks like a waterfall in the background, but it's like forming the head of an alien. And in the background, on the sides here, if you look really, really closely, you can see a bunch of aliens here. It's a really detailed cover. Not exactly sure who did this variant here, but it is really rad, really cool. And if you're a fan of Alien, this is the book for you. This is going to go for just $5 right now. $5, that's it. Next up, I got Action Comics number 1. This is the start of the Action Comics series, which kicked off the New 52. And it's written by Grant Morrison, which means it's automatically brilliant. I don't care who you are, what you think. If you're not into Grant Morrison, you're just not with it. Actually, some of his stuff is pretty obscure, and that's kind of what I like about him, is that it is so obscure, especially when he starts dipping into like superhero stuff. His Batman run was great, and this is. I read like the first couple issues of these, and I don't remember what happened in it, but you got Rags Morales, a really great artist, and Grant Morrison teaming up. This is only going to go for $4. Keith, what's up, man? Good to see you again. Man, it's been a while. Happy New Year, sir. All right. I have Punchline, the Gotham game number 1. This features a really beautiful cover here by Rose Besh. Really beautiful variant cover here. Going for just $5 right now. That's it, $5. Just keeping it easy. Cover price, $5. Punchline, the Gotham game number 1. This is written by Teenie Howard, who is currently writing Catwoman, if I'm not mistaken. And then next up, I got a really cool Greg Land variant of Amazing Spider-Man 800. I think this book might do really well on eBay if it doesn't sell it here. But my ask on this today is just going to be $15. This one's going to go for $15. Amazing Spider-Man 800 concludes a run called Going Down Swinging. It's the first appearance of the Red Goblin. Well, not this issue. It was a few issues before that where he makes his first appearance. But basically what happens is Norman Osborn merges with the Carnage symbiote, and now we got the Red Goblin. And since then, there have been some reiterations of that character, and Norman himself has been reformed, and his grandson is now the Red Goblin. But here, the Red Goblin was such a major threat that Spider-Man and the entire Spider-Man family had to get together to take this crazy guy down. This is going to go for $15. The Greg Land variant of Amazing Spider-Man 800. This next book here is actually sold, but I'm going to show it anyway. This is Transformers #1. I just had someone pick that up for me the other day. I forgot to take it down and throw something up in its place. So I'm going to take a special book to replace it. A book that I have had sitting in the collection for months. I have showcased it multiple times on the show, but I'm going to show it again. Why not? It's a special day. We're celebrating EXP Expo, and I think this is a book that if anybody passes up on, especially at the price I'm offering it at, you're missing big. We have Battle Chasers #1. This is a wraparound cover featuring artwork by Joe Madeira, the creator of the series. I have a $20 price tag on this. We're going to bring it down to $15 today because I just want to move it. Eddie, how you doing, man? That is a great cover. The Greg Land Amazing Spider-Man, I agree. But this Joe Madeira cover is also really cool. And this is a hot ticket item. I mean, like, you go on eBay right now, look this up. $20 all day. And if you factor in shipping and all that, if you spend $50 with me, this book gets shipped to your house on my dime, not on yours. You don't even have to leave the couch. You can just claim this right now, drop another whatever, $35, and you got free shipping on your order. And you got this really awesome book, which is in great shape too, might I add. Really great shape. $15 on Battle Chasers #1, the wraparound cover. Next up, I have DC Multiverse's End #1. This is pretty cool. Cool cover here. That's gonna go for just $5. $5 on this. We got David Moore, fake boot, real salesman. That's right. What's up, David Moore? How you doing, man? Good to see you. David Moore! The battle cry that must be heard across all live stream platforms. David Moore! I think it... Wait, that was a blip. That was the snap. That was a result of the snap. We only got 2 seconds of that video. All right. Well, anyway, we have Robin King #1, Death Metal. This features. This takes place in the death metal world where we got the Batman Who Laughs. Well, this is the Robin King, who's the Robin Who Laughs. That's that version, and he gets his own little mini series here. It might be a one shot. I'm not entirely sure, but it's a cool cover. I picked it up because I liked it. It's got a $6 price tag on it. How about we knock $1 off? Make a deal at $5. Did you get your pizza yet, Kyle? Oh, you got your pizza. I'm gonna ride it. All right, I got Justice League #1, New Future's End, and this is a really cool lenticular cover, and it's just going to go for $4 right now. $4 on the Justice League Future's End #1. It's got a $4 price tag. That's what I'm sticking with. These lenticular covers are really rad. I love them. And then next up, I got Odyssey here, which is by Matt Fraction and Christian Ward. This is a really cool image series, and it's the first issue, and it's going to go for just $5. We're doing it for $5. Okay, cool. So Battle Chasers and Multiverse's End get cleaned by Keith. And you also wanted Alien. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that, Keith. We gotcha. Keith is grabbing in. So this weekend I went to this local thing. I don't know if you guys all have this in your states or whatever, but it's called Hairbangers Ball, and they basically it's an '80s heavy metal, not heavy metal. I would just say '80s rock group. They're like a cover band, and they do all kinds of cool songs. And I went out on Friday night and had a really good time. You know, hearing some really great rock music, and it was. I just enjoyed myself. I went on a little bit of a bender, so I'm a little out of it. Producer Kyle offers a money-back guarantee on Odyssey. That is saying something right there, because Kyle doesn't normally do that. Odyssey, and this has been sitting there for months, 4 months. So, you know, $5 on this. Did I say $5? Yeah, it's $5 on this issue, on this first issue. Kyle is offering a money-back guarantee. If you read this and you don't like it, producer Kyle's like, I'm going to give you back your money. That's how confident he is that you're going to like this book. Which means that I probably should read it if it doesn't stop. The final countdown!
So here's the deal with Odyssey, right?
Yeah, tell me.
I read the first issue because I read everything Matt Fraction, and I fell in love, but I had no idea what the hell was happening. 10 issues later, I send Matt Fraction an email and go, hey, man, can you send me the flow chart of what the hell is happening, because I still don't know? And it's my favorite book he's ever done.
Is it based on Homer's Odyssey, or is it something different?
A little bit, but it's super futuristic.
That's interesting.
So he kind of gave me the rundown, and when it finally snapped in about issue 12, I went, this is the most genius thing I've seen in comics ever.
How many issues is Odyssey, Kyle?
15?
So 15 issues. And I'm hooking up the first issue right now for $5. You got a money back guarantee on this, which I don't think I don't think you're gonna read this book and think to yourself, man, I want my money back, because the concept is really cool. You know, you got sci-fi, a heavy sci-fi influence, and so is it an adaptation of the Odyssey? I just want to make sure I'm not misinterpreting.
No, it's just heavily influenced by, I would say.
That's interesting. $5. And what is the Odyssey? It's the hero's journey. Every single movie that you guys have seen that has a hero in it, it all derived from the Odyssey.
Imagine if the sirens from Homer's The Odyssey were space aliens.
That's interesting. That is interesting. And it could be possible. Why not? That's really cool. All right, guys. The next book I have here is something I've been trying to sling for a little while now. We got Captain America number 225. Really cool cover. This is going to go for just $5 today. It's just one of those books that's got to move. And I think I'm into it for probably about $5 anyway. So I should charge a little bit more for it. But at this point, I've showcased it a bunch of times, and now it's just ready to go. I don't see any real big serious ticks here. So I think you're looking at a little bit higher than a mid-grade. Let's just call it very fine. I'm just going to call this very fine. And my ask on this is going to be 5. All right. Odyssey is claimed by Keith. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate it. Keith, you get a spin on the wheel of skid bark. Kyle, can we run that video real quick? We can find it. Wheel of skid bark. If not, I'll just keep going. All right. I have Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe Again. This is a collector's issue variant copy. Had a price tag of $10 on it. Right here. $10. See that? It's crossed off, so you may not be able to see that. But I'll leave it there for you so you know. And we're going to mark it down 50%. $5 on this. All right, I have the video now.
Yes, let's do
I
it.
had to free up a hand because they were both full of pizza.
No, that's okay. Let's
Here
do
we
it.
go.
It's time to spin the wheel of Skid Mark.
I should get little pictures of Bentley and put them on the tips of everything here. That would be really cool. It's a little bit of a time thing, but we can make it work. Okay, so as soon as we start loading up dollar books onto these double racks here, which we're coming close to doing, Keith, you get a claim on any dollar book you want from DC. And there's going to be some great ones. So there's some really hot stuff in this collection. So basically what I'm doing right now, I am not buying comics at any comic shops right now. I am just going through inventory at my warehouse because I want to consolidate as much of my collection as possible. And I have so much stuff there that I just don't even have time to get around to. So I'm just going over there, restocking over there. And I'm also finding lots of FOMO books over there too. In fact, all of the FOMO books you guys are going to see next week all come from the warehouse. So there's some really great stuff there. And I keep forgetting how much stuff we have up on our eBay shop. We got some really hot ticket items up there right now. So feel free to come and shop with me online if, I'm not here for the live stream. We got Dan Price in the house here, the creator of Bigfoot Knows Karate and just one of the swellest guys in comics. Dan, how you doing tonight? Today. So used to being on the air at night. All right, next book we have here is Red Sonja, She-Devil with the Sword. This is a Paulo Rivera Caesar variant cover from Dynamite. And this is going to go for $4. $4, it's yours. And then next up I got Young Avengers Special. This is a one-shot. And this is going to go for just $4 today. $4. We're making it real simple. Young Avengers Special, written by Alan Heinberg, who was the creator of Young Avengers and also one of the lead writers on The OC, which was kind of like a Beverly Hills 90210 thing that went on in the 2000s, early 2000s. So we got this for $4. All right, Red Sonja, she's off. Keith, you're building quite a collection here, my man. All right, let's see what Kyle's in here. All right, cool. All right, we're going to keep going here. I'm going to start with it. I'm going to keep going at the top, and then we're going to fill up this bottom row here. We'll put some other books up there. I have Venom Lethal Protector. This is a new run by David Michelinie, the co-creator of Venom. He's the guy who wrote Amazing Spider-Man 300 and pretty much every single major Venom arc in the 90s. He had some hand in it. And Marvel asked him in 2021 to come back and do another Venom Lethal Protector series set in that same era. And he did a first run, which was a lot of fun. It's a little bit more lighthearted, but the second one is really cool because here Venom teams up with Silver Sable to go after Dr. Doom, who is trying to take Venom's symbiote as his own. That's really cool. We've never seen Venom and Dr. Doom go toe-to-toe before. So this is pretty fascinating. And Venom shows up in the ongoing Venom series as well. There was a really cool cover I came across recently by Brian Hitch. Anyway, this arc here is going to go for $30. I have the whole thing collected, bagged, boarded, ready to go. If you tally up the prices, because I paid cover on all these books, it's about, let's see, we got $21. But these are all bagged and boarded, really good shape. You don't got to hunt anything else down. I got the whole run here, $30. It's all yours, $30. Not that high of a markup. And then I got Vampirella Lives from Harris Comics. I have issue number 1 and issue number 2. The pair is going to go for $15. And these are some cool cosplay covers here. Really beautiful lady on the cover. She's like, don't talk to me. Just buy me and read me. And I'm like, now that we got love, what are we gonna do with it? I don't even know what that was just now. But anyway, $15. These are yours. And then I got Spider-Man 2099 Dark Genesis, written by Steve Orlando. We got issue 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I picked this up from my collection because my LCS just put it off to the side for me. And they're like, hey, check this out. And I'm like, all right, whatever, I'll read it. So I read it, and it's basically Maximum Carnage set in the year 2099. And you got a lot of first appearances here. You got Blade 2099. You got a new version of Punisher 2099. There's, I think, Moon Knight 2099 shows up here. Daredevil 2099 shows up. And these characters are all making kind of their first appearances here, which is really dope. The book itself, again, it's basically Maximum Carnage. We got a Carnage 2099, who also makes his first appearance here. The symbiote, I think, was contained and takes over the body of a really corrupt businessman. And now it's just inciting violence all throughout the city. And Spider-Man's trying to stop it, because I think a lot of the big themes in Spider-Man 2099 is it's like, it's Spider-Man versus corporation, like the corporation Alchemax, and he's at war with them, and that's really kind of like what this character has been derived by. So it's cool that they're bringing in Carnage, and Venom's in it too. So there's a Venom 2099 as well. And that's going to go for, let's see. I'll do all these for 25. 25. There's more to it. This is just the first 5 issues, but again, bagged, boarded, really good shape. You're looking at VF near mints on those. VF on all 3 of these, I'm going to say VF near mint on the Venom Lethal Protectors, the Vampirella Libs, and the Spider-Man 2099. You got some really good books here. Didn't he have multiple kids? Shouldn't it be his grandkid too? All right, I'm gonna plug some gaps here at the bottom, and then we're gonna go into dollar bin mode here. I got some cool books here for you guys. Stuff that I haven't showcased in a hot minute. Give me one sec, guys. Almost there. Just trying to give you a little variety here. I have What If number 31. What if Spider-Man had kept his cosmic powers? That was another really fun era with Spider-Man. He got cosmic powers, and he ended up being able to fight all the most powerful supervillains in the Marvel Universe. He ended up punching the Hulk into outer space. That was Todd McFarlane's last issue on Amazing Spider-Man before he moved on to his the ongoing Spider-Man series, just Spider-Man. So this run here is going to go, this What If issue is just going to go for $4 right now, $4 on this. I have Star Trek Deep Space Nine, number 1. We got Al Milgrom as, I guess, the inker. This is Grindberg is the artist for Star Trek Deep Space Nine, number 1. That is going to go for $4. And then I got DC Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun. This features a story in here by a really talented black comics creator named Greg Burnham. And he is now, he publishes a book called The Tuskegee Heirs. And he is also doing a lot of freelance work for DC right now. He's a solid dude. And I picked this up from him at New York Comic Con. He sold it to me at $15. I want to hook you guys up with this book at 20. It is signed by the creator, or one of the creators who wrote the story in here. He wrote a Superman story in here. And Greg's a solid dude. We were set up right across from each other at the con. Very sweet man. So that's going to go for 20. For the DC Ghouls, just want to have fun. And then I have Daredevil number 310. Daredevil number 310. This is the first appearance of Calypso wearing the Kraven the Hunter stuff, and this is kind of like how they connect her to him. This is going to go for, I have it priced at 10. I'll do it at 8 to move it. And then I have the Batman 1992 annual. This is a really cool cover. Alan Grant and Matt Wagner, I think. This is going to go for $5. Is it Matt Wagner? Dave Moore, I got your claim on What If. Give me just 1 second. John Wagner. So the script is written by Alan Grant and John Wagner. The artist is actually Vince Giordano. Pretty good Batman art here. Really cool giant size annual from 1992. This is going to go for $5. And they got the Tiger handheld ad for Batman Returns. It could be worse. My nose could be gushing blood. It's about helping people, touching people, groping people. I love Danny DeVito. I really, really, really hope that there is a Danny DeVito version of Wolverine in the next Deadpool movie. I'm like so hoping for that. I just need to see it happen at least once. Danny DeVito. Where's my burrito? All right, Dave Moore, we got you. Now, we are on the topic of what if. While we're on the topic of what if, I'm going to bust out another what if. Actually, no, I'm just going to run with it. I have, what if General Ross had become the Hulk? And he did become the Hulk, but he became the Red Hulk. But this is, what if he became the actual Hulk? What if Banner never became the Hulk? It's a one-shot what if, written by Peter David. I see some credits here that I think are important. Pat Olive is the penciler, and Sal Buscema is the inker. That's an important name. I know a colorist named Steve Olive, who is the first digital colorist, and he's genius. He actually colored all of the Kira books. He didn't have anything to do with this. This is Pat Olive. I don't know if there's even any relation there, but you got inking by Sal Buscema, who is one of the most dependable guys in comics. Has been for a long time. I think yesterday was his 88th birthday. If you check J.M. DeMatteis's Instagram, he wished him a happy 88th birthday yesterday. So we got this what if going for $4. $4, just like the last one. All right, we have made it. Let's showcase those dollar books. It is time for you guys to save big. All of these comics that I'm about to show off are all going for $1. All new stuff you have not seen on Kickin It before. All stuff from the warehouse. The first book I have here is The Mighty Thor number 482. Unfortunately, it's got a tear on the back, which is why we're going to make it $1. But other than that, it's in good shape. Put some tape on here, which I'd be happy to do for you, and you got a perfectly functioning Thor book. Mighty Thor 482. I've got some more defective books here, which I'm going to do for 50 cents right now. Okay, Chris Dyskull, if you're watching, this is the book. I actually picked this up for you. I have this Mickey Mouse here that's going to go for 50 cents. Donald Duck is going to go for 50 cents. Woody Woodpecker is going for 50 cents. Diamond Deputies is 50 cents. The Merry Mailman is 50 cents. And the Pixelated Puzzle Affair is going to go for 50 cents. I just want to sell this off as a big bundle here. So we got $1, $2, $3 for all of these comics. $3 for all of these comics because they're all 50 cents. They're all pretty beat up, but 50 cents a pop. Can't go wrong with that. 50-cent pack goes up to Chris. Nice pickup. I knew those would go real fast. Came across them when I was at the warehouse. I'm like, grabbing that for Chris. And I'll tell you what, guys, I'm just going to be fair. I don't think that Thor book is worth $1. I think it's going to go for 50 cents now as well. It's got a tear on the back. It is a defective book. Feel free to grab it. It's 50 cents. Put some tape on it. Give it to a kid. Let him read it. Now, the next books I'm going to show off are all bagged and boarded, so you guys will be in good shape with this. These books are in better shape, sorry. I have Mort the Dead Teenager, number 4, going for $1. Steel, number 0, number 1, and number 2, and number 5, and number 6. That is a heck of a run there. That is 5 comics for $5. And Mort the Dead Teenager is $1. I have Cable and Deadpool, number 27, number 30, number 23, number 22. So I'm going to put this in order now. We got 22, 23, 27, and 30, which is a Civil War tie-in. All 4 for $4. All 4 for $4. $4 on all these Cable Deadpool books. I have Fantastic Four 46 is a variant cover here. That's going to go for $1. Ooh, I have this Mark Waid, Neil Adams Fantastic Four. It's a 4-issue run. I have issue 3 here. That is going to go for just $1 right now. And I didn't realize this, but I actually never plugged in my laptop. So give me just 1 second here. It's now at like 10% battery, so I gotta make sure it's plugged in so I don't lose. There we go. All right. Next book we have here, Jane Foster, The Mighty Thor. This is Jane Foster teaming up with Thor. We got issue number 1 going for $1, and I have issue 3 going for $1. $2. You get both these books. Just going to tell you right now, I have another copy of this issue 1 that's bagged and boarded that I have for $5. I have it for sale for $5. So getting this book right now at $1, that's a steal. I really should just put it off to the side and reprice it, but I'd rather move it. Fantastic Fours are off. Nice. And Keith, don't forget, you got a free DC book that you can claim. Okay, I got Bleed Them Dry, a ninja vampire tale from Vault Comics. This is, let me see which issue this is because I'm not seeing it on the cover. Issue 4. We have issue 4, and I guess this is issue 3. So we got issue 3 and 4 going for $2. Keith, I got another book here for you. Killing Red Sonja, issue 2, going for $1. Killing Red Sonja, issue 2 is $1. Leave them dry. I have Fantastic Four, World's Greatest Comics Magazine, number 10 of 12. So this is a 12-issue miniseries. And we got issue 10 here of that 12 going for $1. Here's another fun find. I have Shadowhawk, number 3, number 13. And I have Shadowhawk 2, number 1. That's cool. And then I have Shadowhawk number 2, Shadowhawk 3, or sorry, Shadowhawk 2, number 3. All right, cool. Awesome. All right, let me put these in order then. So we got the Shadowhawk number 3, and we got number 2, and then I have Shadowhawk 2. I really like this cool foil embossed cover. I always liked Shadowhawk. I like the character. they did some cool stuff with him in Shadowhawk 3. The character died because he ended up having AIDS. That was pretty controversial. So Jim Valentino was the creator of this book. So we have Shadowhawk 2, 3, and 13 going for $3, and then Shadowhawk 2, number 1 and number 3 going for $2. You want them all? It's just $5 for all the Shadowhawks. Gotcha. All right, I have Fantastic Four Unlimited number 2 going for $1. Grifter number 1. This is part of a run called Wildstorm Rising. This is going to go for $1. Freak Force number 4 and number 5 by Eric Larson. That's going to go for $2. Okay, so guys, we had a late start, but we're also going to have a early finish because we got to get ready for who's coming up next on EXP Expo. And after I'm done, we got Fat Jack's coming on in an hour. So we are at 2:27 now. So at 3:27 my time, which would be 4:27 Eastern, we are ending the show. So we got a full hour to get through some really cool dollar books, and we got some FOMO books coming out. So stick around. We got some really good stuff coming up. I'm going to do our FOMO books probably in about, let's say, once we fill up the majority of this the double racks here. All right, I got Wraithborn Redo number 4 and number 5. This is from the creators of Lady Machina, and this is going to go for $2. Black Hawks number 1. That's going to go for $1. And I got Captain America Reborn number 1. Here he is on the cover, and he's like, "Here I am, rock you like a hurricane." Going for $1. Beautiful Stories for Ugly Children, Volume 18. You're not ugly, child. The world is ugly. And your face is ugly, too. That's going for $1. And I got Wolverine First Class number 9. That's going to go for $1. Make those children feel good about themselves. Build their confidence. I got God Killer Ashes, first issue, number 1, going for $1. $1 frickin' dollar. I got Crossed 100, number 5. That's also going for just $1. Look at these finds here. Heroes Reborn number 2 by Jason Aaron and Dale Keown. This is going to go for $1 right now. That is a hot ticket item. That's really cool. Here I am, rock you like a hurricane. They didn't play that song. But they did play, I'm talking about Hairbangers Ball. They did play, what was it? One of the songs from a band who had a comic book made about them. And that book, their comic is one of our FOMO books. I'll let you guys can guess. Whoever can guess it, I'm going to hook you up with something fun. I'll hook you up with this December lace image here. If you guys can guess the band that's there. You have a hint, though. The hint is in the FOMO picture. All right, let's keep filling out that rack here. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. The final countdown. Sorry. I got Heroes Reborn number 3 and number 4 to go along with that number 2. These are bagged and boarded, ready to go for you guys. This is such a hot deal here. Each book is $5. You're getting them all for $1 right now. It's $3 for all those Heroes Reborn books. I have Forever Evil, Justice League Dark number 29. That's going to go for $1. Oh, this is cool. Continuity Comics. This is Neil Adams' publishing line. And we have the Ultimate Man, Megalith, number 1. And we have number 2 going for $2. Chris Dyskull, I got something you're going to want. Check it out. Sad Sack and the Sarge, giant size book going for $1 right now. This has you all over it. $1. I have Cerebus, Church and State, number 13. Number 14. The bi-weekly from October 20th, 1989, December 2nd, 1988, April 7th, 1989. Grab all of the Cerberus books, just $5. Sad Sack is gone. The final countdown. All right, I got Adventure Script Digest starring Rob Haynes. This is issue number 2, and then I have number 3. This is just gonna go for $2 right now. $2, these are yours. Spider-Man Unlimited number 18, number 19, number 22. $3 on all of it. $3 on all these Spider-Man Unlimiteds. And the Spider-Man Unlimited books are all pretty thick books too. So $3 on that. The Justice League Dark has been claimed by Keith. That's going to be his free DC book. So that's on the house for you, buddy. I have Green Arrow number 83, number 84. Number 86, we've got Jim Ballon coming in here. And we have Jim Aparo on a lot of these books here, 91. And then we have number 102. Grab all of these for $5. All the Green Arrows for $5. It's $1 Green Arrow books. I have Iceman, number 1 of 4, going for $1. Exiles, number 6, is going for $1. Got a cool Ultimate Spider-Man run here, number 44, number 45, number 46, number 47, number 48. There might be more to this. I think I went up to 50 on that. So far we got 2, 4, 5, so that's $5 on these. We got the Iceman. Let's see what else we got here. I have more Spideys. Yes, I do. So you know what I got in my collection. For the most part. All right. Oh, sorry. Got something in my eye there. Okay. I have Ultimate Spider-Man 49 and 50 to go with everything else now. So we have 2, 5, so $7 for all these Spider-Mans. 3, $7 on all these. $7. I'm actually going to throw an offer out there because I really would rather move these than hold on to them. How about I knock $2 off? You get 7 Ultimate Spider-Mans for $5. 44 through 50. It's got to move. Black Diamond number 2 and number 3 is going to go for $2. Elite Presents number 1 is going for $1. Blood of Dracula number 6 is $1. Bachman the Master Railroader, that's going for $1. Miss Mystic number 1. This is a origin issue because we don't have enough origin stories out there. This is going to go for $1. Army of Darkness, Hellbillies and Deadnecks number 14 is going to go for $1. John Sable Freelance number 33 is $1. Some cool stuff coming up here, guys. All for $1. $1 Comics. We're doing those deals. Meow, 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 meow. the darkness. Return of the New Gods, number 14, is going for $1. $1 on this. Thunderbolts, number 20 point now, is going for $1. Wolverine and the X-Men, number 22, is $1. Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., number 13, and number 30, and number 31. That is going to go for $3. And I have no idea how this happened, but it turns out I have multiple copies of Ultimate Spider-Man 47. So we got another copy of it here going for $1. Steel Grip Starkey. This is issue 5 in a 6-issue series from Marvel's Epic line. It's going to go for $1. Superman, Son of Kal-El. This is the 2021 annual, going for $1. And then we got David Moore's favorite series here, Iron Fist, number 4, going for $1. David Moore wants that book all day long. Amazing Spider-Girl number 2. Start off with number 2 here. Number 3, number 4, number 6, number 7, number 29. These are all going to go 2, 4, 6. $6 for all these. Call it $5 all the Amazing Spider-Girls. You got 6 comics for $5. That is a steal. You did Deadwardians, number 1 and number 2. This is an 8-issue series. You get them both for $2. Force Works, number 16. It's going to go for $1. Dark Crisis, Young Justice, number 3. We got a variant cover here by Jorge Corona and Sarah Stern. It's going to go for $1. Let's see where we're at. Okay. I got Magic the Gathering, Theros, number 3. That's going to go for $1. Future State, Batman, Superman 2. It's another variant cover going for $1. One more to 4 back. And that is Wolverine. We got Wolverine 95, 166, 169. That's going to go for just $3 right now. $3 is Wolverines. Magic the Gathering. Okay. Spider-Girl and Iron Fist. So Spider-Girl and Iron Fist, that's 5. Some more things here. Magic the Gathering. X. Roidoso, number 7. It's going to go for $1. Sam Wilson, Captain America, number 14. Number 17. That's $2 on these. $2 on these. Peter Parker's Spider-Man 29. It's going to go for $1. $1 right now. All right. Here. Wolverine, Sam Wilson. So I just saw Step Brothers for the first time yesterday. I found it to be a very funny documentary. It was pretty hysterical and also very depressing. I think it was the quote at the beginning that got me. There was a quote at the beginning from George W. Bush, not commenting on anything other than the fact that it is probably one of the greatest quotes of all time from the former president. Step Brothers, George W. Bush quote. Families is where our nation finds hope, where wings take dream. I thought that was hysterical. That was like the best way to kick off the movie. It says so much about humanity. We are so screwed. But we're all on the journey. You have to call me Dragon. She's had the old bull, now she wants the uncapped. Well, we watched the uncut version. And I was under the influence of many questionable things last night, too. But just so you guys know, I was out till about 1 o'clock. I started driving and realized that I shouldn't be driving and pulled over at a hotel. Luckily, I only drove for 5 minutes before I just kind of threw in the towel, and I was like, okay, just get to the hotel. So my car is presently parked at a hotel that's about 20 minutes from my house. I walked into the hotel and I said, hey, I'm just not able to drive right now. Can I park my car here for the night? And they said, yes. So I did the responsible thing. Called an Uber, came home, went to bed. Couldn't sleep till 5. So I woke up maybe about a half hour before we went on the air. But I actually had to wake up this morning to take all the FOMO pics. So yeah, it's been wild. But having the time of my life, I guess. All right, I got Fathom Dawn of War #1. This is cover A. That's going to go for $1. And then I got Superwoman #16 going for $1. All right, so now I got a double rack here. And it's all stuff that, like, I really just want to get rid of. I think the biggest thing that, you know, I'd be foolish to pass up on. Yeah, I was bad. But, you know, I'm not bad honoring. I'm honoring in search of something right now. And sometimes that requires you to go places and, you know, do stuff. And you know what? It's hair banging FOMO day. I'm allowed to be bad. That's what it's all about. So these Heroes Reborn books that I was showcasing earlier, they all have a $5 price tag on them. Something tells me I could just list them on eBay and they would sell, and I'd make $15 on them. But I'm making a deal right now of 3. But if you buy the entire double rack, everything, I'm going to do it all for just $25. Why? Because I'd rather move this stuff today. It's been sitting in the warehouse for months. There are thousands of other comics there that I still have yet to showcase and may never even get around to showcasing because there's just so many of them. I would rather just move this right now in bulk. And I could bring them to a swap meet at some point. I don't know. But if I can give you guys those same deals that I would give at a swap meet, why not? So $25, you get the double rack. I'm not going to count how many books we have here, but essentially your cost per book goes down to 30 cents. If you're a comic book reseller like me, you can take these to a show, put them in a 50-cent bin, and you're already coming close to doubling your money. Yes, and a double rack gets you a spin on the wheel too, as Kyle says. I'll give you guys just a moment to consider that. $25 for everything here. We've got some really cool books. We got a bunch of Ultimate Spider-Mans here. We got that Fathom Dawn of War. Like I said, the Heroes Reborn. You got the Beautiful Stories for Ugly Children. It's a pretty obscure title. You got these Cerebus books. You got some Neil Adams continuity comics. You got that Jane Foster Mighty Thor #1. That's a $5 book all day. And #3 too. Right now you get it for $2, but if you clean the double rack, you get it for 30 cents. You got Captain America Reborn. All these books. Yeah, Onrie needs Uber money. Essentially, if I sell this double rack right now, it'll cover my Uber ride from last night. So that would be great. Help me cover my Uber ride. After this show is done, I'm actually going to pick up my car. It was interesting. I was getting into a creative mode in my own head, you know, when I was out last night. And there was a period where I was just sitting in my car and having a weird conversation with myself. which sounds really weird right now. And if I told you guys all the details, it would kind of like be a little too, I guess I don't want to say well, it is personal, but it would be a little too revealing for some stuff that I have planned for you guys. So I'm just going to be quiet about it for now. But I did get some writing done, so that's cool. Being under the influence is when I do some of my best writing. Just kidding, it's not. It's when I do some of my best thinking. Or my best realizations. Double rack at 25. Help me pay off that Uber. I was the responsible one. I didn't go out. I didn't cause any accidents. I went home. I could have gotten into a lot of trouble, but I decided to, take it easy. Help me pay off that Uber ride. $25. I love what David Moore is saying here. $25 to get that double rack. Help support. Do not be alarmed. The internet. I've watched Onrie talk to himself. It's a Tyler Durden situation. Yes, it is. Not a one flew over the cuckoo's nest situation. Not at all. So $25 on the double rack. We're going to wait one more minute here, and then we're going to do our FOMO books. So once we hit 47 on the clock, that's what we're going to do it. So this is your last chance. After that, these books are just going back into the bin here, but I'd really love to move them right now. I've been sitting on them for too long. And keep in mind, we only got, about 40 minutes left? About 40 minutes left before the next show comes on. So 40 minutes left, and then I'm off the air. So going once, going twice. Grab it now. Is it 48? Or did I say 48 or 47? I think I said 47. So we're going to take these down now. Very unfortunate. I'm actually probably going to take some books off to the side here and give them to Max the list. Because some of them are good. One of them I'm going to do that with is Heroes Reborn. I'll make that money either way. Not a big deal. But I wanted to save it for you guys. Give you guys the savings. Chris Dice, you're hilarious. You're awesome. Put those stores up for sale. A whole bunch of stuff for my son list. Big stack right behind it. The wheel here too that I've been building up. All right. A big stack here. Kyle's putting up $5, so it's only $20 for the double rack now. That's fantastic. Thank you, Kyle, for doing that. I appreciate it. Producer Kyle is the best. Either way, we got some really cool FOMO books coming up in just a second here. As soon as I take all these books down, I'll look a little faster here. I'm going to say you're looking at maybe about 2/3 of a short box here in terms of what the amount of comics you're actually getting. I'm going to show you the big stack here right now. This is it. All these books for Kyle just said $20. Normally I sell these at 30, but And Kyle, you know what? You don't even need to put up the $5. $20. Anybody wants this? It's yours. $20. Just make it simple. Producer Kyle is punching exhausted, and he's now $5 richer. All right, I'm putting these away. If anybody wants to make a claim later on, feel free to go for it. I'd much rather get these books out of here than have to sit on them or showcase them again tomorrow. All right, just a second here. All right, it is FOMO time. You're spinning on candy or something. That's whatever works. All right, so it's FOMO time now. Kyle, can we air the FOMO video so people know what FOMO is?
It's FOMO time! What's What's that even mean anyway? Oh, is that what it means? I'm such a wiener for missing out on these great deals.
All right, so here's what we got today. I have Sin City. This is like a Marv one-shot thing. There's some really cool images in here. It's called Silent Night 1, published in 1995. This is the first Hairbanger FOMO book. I don't know why I'm calling it a Hairbanger book because it came out in the 90s, but it's still a badass FOMO book. I like the Virgin cover here. You got Frank Miller, who was really big in the 80s and 90s, and still big today. Anyway, we got this going for $5 right now. $5 on the Sin City. I have Grit, #1 from Scout Comics. This is a pretty bloody book. It's about a dude who's going around and killing a bunch of ogres. Really good stuff. This is going to go for $4. Sin City goes off to Curtis. Let's pick up. Curtis, how you doing, man? Sin City, yeah, it's Sin City. Silent Night is what it's called. Okay, we got Grit #1. This is a really cool comic from Scout. Going for $4. This is really fantastic. Highly recommend this. The next book we have here is a favorite of mine. This is Tap Dance Killer #1 from Hero Tomorrow Comics. I really, really enjoy this series. Kyle will tell you all about how great it is as well. And it is published by my man Ted Sikora, who's also the creator of this really cool chick here. This is going to go for $8 today for Tap Dance Killer. I was going to sell it for 10. I'm going to do it for 8. And by the way, this book's out of print, so getting it from Ted can be kind of tricky. Next up, I got Rock and Roll Comics, The Black Crows. This is Rock and Roll Comics #34, and it is going for just $4 today. $4, and that's it. Well, that's great, Curtis. We got Dollar Comics on the way here, so keep watching. I have Frank Miller's Ronin, Book 2. This is such an awesome series. The first Ronin was 6 issues. Each issue gets better and better. This is issue 2. If you're looking to collect the whole thing, you can start here with issue 2. I'm going to do it right now for $5. I have Wild Things #1. It's a 2-issue micro series. This is going to go for $4. I have Rock and Roll Comics featuring Poison. This is going to go for $4. And then I have Dawn, The Return of the Goddess from Sirius Publications. This is Joseph Michael Linzer here. That is going to go for $5. Sorry, $5 on that. Okay, Ronin 2 is coming as well. Yeah, go figure. The stuff I still find in my own collection is really great. I love it. Still so much gold in there. Thank you, Curtis. So these are your FOMO books. Poison's off to David Moore. David Moore, do you want to throw in the Black Crows as well? Do them both for $8. Knock an extra $1 off. Do it at $7. Let me know, so I can move them both. Give you first right of refusal there. Keith's getting hit. He's missing the. Yeah. All right. Cool. Both at 7. Beautiful. Okay, so we only got 4 FOMO books left. Someone grab Tap Dance Killer and Grit. I'm telling you, these are 2 indie comics here that are really fantastic. And I'll cut a deal right now. If you guys want to grab all 4 of these books here, I'll do it all at $20 right now. So we got Grit at 4, we got Wild Things at 4, and we got Dawn at 5. So that is 4, 5. Sorry, 4, 4, and 5. 8 plus 5, 13. Plus 8 is 21. Tell you what, let's make it $15. $15, I will do it all. Just to cut you guys on a deal. Thanks, Keith. I appreciate you understanding. If anybody wants the rest of those FOMO books, grab them. You got all number ones, all indie. Some of these books are out of print. Not going to come across them anytime soon. I'm telling you, grab them all right now. I'll do it for $15, making it a sweet deal for you guys. Let's clean out the FOMO books. I have Daredevil number 23. That's going to go for $1. New Superman number 2 is going to go for $1. Number 11 is $1. And number 12 is $1. Get all those for $3. Kyle, this comes from your overstock that I bought from you back in 2021. That collection is the one that just keeps on giving. I have the Wolverine Annual 2001. That's going to go for $1. I have X-Files Season 10, number 17 and number 19. We got number 22 here. We have another variant of 22. I will do all of them for $4 for the X-Files. X-Files is $4. The Fearless Defenders number 11. This is going to go for $1. Batwoman 33 is going to go for $1. Tribe number 1. We just had the writer of this series message us. And this features artwork by Larry Stroman in here, who is fantastic. This is a really cool presentation. Nice foil embossed cover here, featuring some incredible artwork inside. This is going to go for just $1. Cry Havoc. I think this is issue 5. I assume it is. Going for $1. Detective Comics 663 is $1. The 30th anniversary edition of Tribe is coming out this year. Kyle, you want to give us a scoop on that? Can you tell us anything about it? I've never read Tribe before, so I don't know anything about it. I have Ascension number 16. That's going to go for $1. More Wolverine here. This is the Marvel Knights Wolverine number 19. It's going to have to go for, or it's going for $1. That's amazing. That is fantastic. Larry Stroman's awesome. I got to meet him at Phoenix Comic Con one year. Super talented artist. Freeway Fighter number 1. That's going to go for $1. Southern Bastards number 5 is going to go for $1. Mighty Thor number 40 is $1. Panther number 2 and number 4, that's $2. Stormwatch number 1 is $1. Wolverine in the Flesh number 1. This is like a cooking Wolverine special. This is like a famous chef here. It's going to go for $1. Essentially, it's Southern Bastards is a great story, too. I like that series a lot. So she's up to Keith. Freedom Fighter. Chris. Barbed Wire number 3 is going for $1. Bloodstrike 6 is $1. Defiance, the Messenger, number 2 is going for $1. Justice League versus the Legion of Superheroes, number 2. We got a variant cover here by Travis Moore and Ryan Cody, going for $1. Superman, Action Comics, number 38, going for $1. Captain Atom, File 3 of 3. This is going to go, this is actually Captain Atom, number 28, Top Secret, File 3 of 3. I think this is a run here. It's going to go for $1. That's like the third part of the run. Team 7, number 4 is $1. West Coast Avengers, number 2, number 3, from a 4-issue limited series. This is going to go for $2. Some pretty cool books here. All going for $1. And don't forget, we got 4 FOMO books left. I'm running a crazy deal on it right now. $15 for all the FOMO books. You got Grit #1, Tap Dance Killer #1, Wild Things #1, and Dawn #1, all going for 15 bucks. It's a total value of about $21. I'm going to do it all right now for 15 for the rest of the FOMO books. If you guys want to see it, get a closer look at them, just let me know and I'll show them off again. I have Spellbound #1. This is one in a 6-issue bi-weekly series. That's going to go for $1. Lobo #4 is $1. World of Aspen 2012. This is a free comic book day thing here. Joint going for $1. Harbinger #9 is going to go for $1. Supreme Glory Days #2 is $1. Superman, the Man of Steel #57 and #117 is going to go for $2. $2. X Factor Annual #7. This is a Shattershot crossover. That's going to go for $1. I have All-Star Superman 1. This is probably one of my favorite Superman stories of all time, written by Grant Morrison and illustrated by Frank Quitely. This is a free comic book day reprint here. It's going for just $1. Matt, how you doing? Well, welcome to the show. We're doing dollar comics right now. Okay, Keith's made some claims here. We got Defiant. Defiant, and the one next to it's actually Justice League versus the Legion of Superheroes. Did you want to throw that in too? Or if you want the West Coast Avengers books, that's the 2 at $2. Let me know what you were referring to specifically. You think I should Defiance? You spend $50 with me, Matt, you get free shipping on your order. Okay, yeah, you want that too? Every book that's up on the rack is going for $1. These books down here, the most expensive one I think is $15, but everything else is about $4 or $5. And we got some runs up here. Let me know what you're into. Everything that's up on these double racks here is just $1, except these books right here, which are our FOMO books. Either way, welcome to the show. All right. I have Armageddon 2001. This is a DC special. That's going to go for $1. I have X-Men 58 going for $1 and X-Men 59 going for $1. So the two together is going for $2. X-Force #3 and X-Force #4 and X-Force #5. These are all going to go for $3. I have Flash #11, #12, #13, #14. Going for $4 for all these Flash books here. That's really cool. Aquaman #7, Ant-Man #3. Pretty cool cover here. I think it's Mark Brooks here on the cover. Yes, it is. Going for $1. Green Lantern Corps #215, 218. That's going to go for just $2. $2 on these. Mira, Queen of Atlantis #2. That's going to go for $1. Green Lanterns #39. That's going to go for $1. Cat and Mouse #3 is going to go for $1. 52. Week 15 is going to go for $1. Superman, the Man of Steel #115 is going to go for $1. And then I got Ben Reilly, the Scarlet Spider #13. That's going for $1. And Belle, Return of Skyla from Zenoscope. That's going to go for $1. Killer $1 deals here. And just wait, I'm about to sell off the whole lot for super cheap. I'm going to take down these FOMO books real quick, show them off one more time for you guys. Once again, if you buy all 4 of these books together right now, it's just $15. They have a combined value of $21, so I'm taking $6 off. Some of these books here are very hard to find. We're going to show off Dawn, the Return of the Goddess from Joseph Michael Linzer, Serious Publications. That's going to go for $5. I have Wild Things #1 from Metro Comics, going for $4. Tap Dance Killer #1, that's going to go for $8 by itself. And then I have Grit #1 from Scout Comics going for $4. Grab all of these books together, it's just $15. $15, you get it all. Time to go through box number 2. I have the Uncanny Avengers #18 going for $1. Avengers End Times #34 is going to go for $1. Dark Avengers 117 is going to go for $1. Black and White #1 is $1. Finally, I got more Spider-Girl for you, David Moore. This is pretty cool. Spider-Girl 97. Actually, I have 2 copies of it. 98 and 99. If you want all of them, including the extra copy of 97, I'll do it all for $4. Otherwise, if you just want the set, it's $3. Let me know. Add that on. All right. We got another double rack here. I'm going to try and make another sale here. Hang on. We need the David Moore video for extra motivation today. No, I think we got enough motivation. We've made quite a bit of sales today. I'm really happy with the way things are going. And we're meeting some new people here, and that's what it's always about. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, you do the math.
David Moore!
Unfortunately, I lost count. So I have to start all over again. Just kidding. 44. So far, I'm at 44 comics.
If only you were Urkel from that video.
He would have just been able to look at it and know what the numbers were. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. 64 comics. Now we're just counting because I want you guys to understand how many comics you get. I'm going to do them all at 25 divided by 64. You are paying 39 cents a book at $25. I'll actually bring that price down to 20. So $20 divided by 64, you are now paying 31 cents a book. 31 cents a book. Grab it all at $20. I'd rather move it than sit on it. $20, it's all yours. Give you guys just one moment to think about it. There are a lot of books here that I just want to move right now. More motivation is what we need. That's an extra O in there. More motivation. Okay, guys, we got about 17 minutes left on the clock. 17 minutes left, And then I will be back on the Comic Book Shopping Network tomorrow afternoon at 10 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Mountain Time, 12 p.m. Central, and 1 p.m. Eastern with new dollar books. I'm going to do some restocking, and we're going to try and move some of these books then too. I'll probably run through some of this stuff again too. So if you missed out on like half of the show, you'll have a chance to see these books again, because like I dragged them down here. The only way I want to drag them out is if they sell. I don't want to have to bring this stuff back to the warehouse and sit on it for longer, because it's not doing anyone any good over there. So I'd rather just move them right now. $20, I think that's a hell of a deal. You got some really, really good books here. Hell of a deal, heck of a deal. Say what you will. Either way, I think it is something that you shouldn't pass up on. And these books have been sitting in my warehouse forever. Yes, Keith, if you're asking me about it, I can't say no to you. So I'll add Warline 2. Did you want Warline 1 or Warline 2? If you want Warline 2, the Noir edition, I did kind of like put my pre-order windows closed, but since it's you, I'll hook it up. I don't know if you have number 1, but if you want number 1 plus the number 2, the Noir edition, I'll knock $5 off of Warline 1, and you can get the pair at 20. Warline 2, the one that's coming out, it's a black and white book. So we're doing it is being colored too, so there will be a colored edition of it, but we are doing a noir version of it, which is actually features a cover by Fabrice Sapolsky, and you guys can look him up online. He's got a lot of connections to the idea of noir, and I'm not going to say more than that because there's some controversy over there for him. But he's also a publisher with Fair Square Comics, and he's actually got a book coming out called Noir is the New Black as well. But this is a guy who has accomplished great things in comics, and the irony of having him come on to do this really special issue of cover for this special edition of Warline is really cool. I'll show you the cover again just so you can see it. In just a second here. Not sure if you saw it or not, Keith, but we'll show it. We actually debuted the cover on the Experience. We had Fabrice on a couple weeks ago. And Keith, just so you know, one other thing, we moved our show. So normally I used to be on the Experience on Wednesdays. I'm now doing shows on Tuesdays. So I'll be on the air on Tuesdays now, but at the same time block. So that's 10 to 12 Eastern. And okay, that's fine. I got you on I got you on that. All right, I'm going to add you for the issue 2. It's okay that you missed it. Just got to remember to add your name on there. Yes. And the thing about Warline 2 as well, Dexter's line work in there. I mean, even Kyle, when I showed Kyle some of the early artwork from Dexter, he was like, before I even hired a colorist, he was like, you should consider just putting this out in black and white. So I think it's really cool that after all this time, I finally listened to Kyle, and I'm putting out a black and white version of the book. And this is just for issue 2 right now. And I think it makes sense to do it with that book. Like that's a book you can really enjoy in black and white and get the most out of it. The color version is going to be really badass. Like it's more than 50% done. We have a new cover coming out for that we'll be debuting for Emerald City Comic Con, which is end of February. So I just hired the artist who is going to do that. He's a very well-known artist. He is doing covers for Marvel right now, and he did a Warline variant for us with the previous issue. So I'm really excited to have him come on to do a cover for us. It's going to be really solid. All right, once again, we got $20 on that double rack. $20 on that double rack. And one more time, I'm going to try and bring the price down on these books again. See if just so I can move them. All right, now I'm going to do them all at $15. I know what you're thinking, like, Onrie, what's going on here? But these books are not, they're not doing me any good sitting here in the collection. That is now bringing the cost per book down to 23 cents. I'm going to take these books down, and if by the time I'm done taking them down, no one wants all these books at 15, they're going back in the collection. I'd rather move them. You want to go and flip them, flip them. You're now making double your money if you sell each one at 50 cents. This is stuff that's got to go. Crazy deal. That's a deal even I couldn't pass up. All of these books at $15. No takers, it's off. Back into the collection. We'll see these again. If anybody's really interested, I can do the box sets. Everything I showcased so far from the dollar bins, everything, I'll do it all at $40 right now. That's pretty much a short box of books. So a little bit of a gap there. But you would say 90% of a short box here for $40. That's a steal. Something for you guys to consider. You can also message me after hours. That box is just there, so it is what it is. Okay. All right. I got Aquaman number 6 going for $1. Doctor Strange number 19 is going for $1. Kurt Busiek's Astro City number 2, number 3, number 13, number 14, number 15, and a side story called Local Heroes. This is going to go for $1. All of them are at $1. You get all the Astro Cities at $2, $4, $6. Kurt Busiek is a very accomplished writer. He's done a lot of superhero team books. He's done some pretty great stuff throughout his career. Really talented creator. Excalibur number 6. We go for $1. Marvel Knights Spider-Man 21. This is the other tie-in. It's going to go for $1. Aquaman 29 and 30 and 31 and 32. We're going to go for $4. We're going to add all of that to the other Aquaman stuff that we have here. They're from different runs. One's from the New 52 and the other one's from DC Rebirth. So the Astro Cities, Kyle is pointing out, are probably about $5 to $7 each normally. So that's something for me to consider. If these don't sell, I'm just put them off to the side and list them. Why not? I'd rather move them, but I have no problems listening to them. Secret Avengers number 5. This is really cool. When this book came out, it was written by Ed Brubaker. Ed Brubaker brought in Scorpio, who is Nick Fury's brother, and he referenced something that David Anthony Kraft did on his Defenders run, the Scorpio saga. So when this book came out, I let Dak know that Scorpio was referenced, and apparently Ed Brubaker had reached out to him and thanked him for his work on it. He's like, "Oh yeah, I already remembered that he reached out to me for that." So that was kind of cool. This is going to go for $1. But for those of you who don't know, and shame on you if you don't, David Anthony Kraft was my co-creator or co-writer on DC Shit. I have Dead Man's Run, number 3A. That's going to go for $1. Stormwatch number 2 is $1. Fattel number 1 by Ed Brubaker and Sean Phillips. That's image first. That's going to go for $1. I have Poison Elves number 15, number 18, number 20. That's going to go for $3, and that's it. Twisted Tales number 4 is $1. Red City number 1 is $1. Number 2 is $1. I have Robin Hood, Home Sweet Home. That's going to go for $1. Monster Mechanica number 2 and number 3. That's $2 on the pair. That's interesting. I didn't know about that, Kyle. All right, there are 6 minutes left on the clock here, guys. This is your last chance to jump in on these dollar comics. Here we go. I have Spider Island, Herc, number 8, going for $1. Cyforce, number 4 is $1. X-Men 2099, number 2 is $1. Sacred 6, number 10 is $1. Robin Hood, Goldilocks, oversized issue, going for $1. Cable and Deadpool, number 44. And 45, that is $2 for the pair. Transformers Escape, number 3. And number 5, that is $2. Sonya Versal, number 8, and number 10 is going to go for $2. Keith, let me know if you want to add these. And that Sacred 6 is pretty cool too. Perillo on the cover. Captain America, Marvel Knights, number 28, number 29, number 31, number 32. Get it all for $4. $4 in these. Okay, got it. Universal. Keith, thank you very much, man. You have carried me through this show. All you guys have. Love you all. Cyforce, I think that would be, yes, it is one of those New Universe Marvel books, Chris. We go for $1 if you want to add it. Daredevil 91 is $1. I have Spider-Man 50. Peter Parker Spider-Man 50, number 54. 50 and 54 is going for $2. And Cyborg is going. All right. We got some more Peter Parker Spider-Man here, number 48, going for $1. Got 3 minutes left on the clock, folks. Ultimate X-Men, we got issue 20, 34. Sorry, we got 18, 19, 16. No, this is kind of out of order here. Sorry. We'll put this in, now it's in order. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 34. I'll do it all for $5 right now. just to move it. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 comics, $5. Wolverine 26 is going for $1 too. $15 on this rack right here. $15 on that rack. We got 2 more minutes left on the clock. After that, get ready for Fat Jacks. We got Cable and Deadpool, number 31 and 32. That's going to go for $1. Found some more Ultimate X-Men here. We got issue 25 and 26, 27, number 30, number 32, number 33. Got another 22 here, 22, 21 and 22, 23 and 24. If anybody wants all of these X-Men books, I will do them all for just $10 right now. That is 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, 16. 16 comics for $10. All right, we are down to the last minute here. Not sure where I'm at, Onrie, but please add shipping to my purchase. No need for you to cover that. Love the show. You know what, Keith? Your shipping cost is so cheap. And you spent so much money with me today. I owe it to you. It's fine. I will ship out your books, not next week, but the following week, because I want to add your war line to it, and I still haven't received the books yet. So the books should be. I had 50 of them sent to me and 100 sent to Orlando. So hopefully I'll sell through everything in Orlando, and I'll add a book to that, and we'll throw that out for you. So just be patient with me, and we'll get that out to you guys. Guys, thank you again so much. I got to end now because we got Fat Jacks coming on, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. I had a wonderful time with you guys. Have a wonderful afternoon. I'll see you tomorrow on the Comic Book Shopping Network. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here so far for part 1 of day 2 of the EXP Expo. Thank you to Onrie for doing the live sale. Here's what's going to happen now. We're going to go into our regularly scheduled Sunday programming, which is Fat Jack's Comic Crypt live sale. So here's what's going to happen. In about 2 minutes time, that's going to start here on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter. So I'm going to end this stream here in just a second, and you guys hit refresh on your page and head over to Fat Jack's. Now, Fat Jack's goes until 6 o'clock Eastern. At 6 o'clock Eastern, we have another claim sale, but it's a unique claim sale. It's something we've never done before on the EXP. Miss Jen will be joining Nancy McCann from Friday Night Live, and they will be doing a joint sales show where they'll be telling some stories about their time in the business and selling books from that era as well. So make sure you tune in for that and all the other great stuff we have coming here on the EXP the rest of today. So I'm going to get out of your hair so you can go watch Fat Jacks. We will see everybody in just about 90 seconds or so. Something like that. See you in a minute. Join the party. Head over to our link tree to find all the links for everywhere the experience is all the time.